So I've felt shit, and I've not really wanted to deal with DSP. I also want to start doing stuff that's not DSP as well.
I can't do it. I don't know why. I feel very, like my heart is, my nervous system is kicking in. I do need to. There is like a fight or flight instinct here. I'm on alert. I don't know why. Like I said I didn't want to do DSP stuff, and I knew that the stuff was happening as I was editing that. I knew that stuff was happening. He'd said stuff about like what sort of cat Jasper was, and he said stuff about like what would it benefit him to be friends with John Romo again, and he doesn't need a friend anyway because he's got his wife. So I knew there would be stuff I needed to do, and then I thought like King Jag was playing bingo, so I stopped by for a bit. But I was playing D&D with my brother. We'd set up a session of D&D. And so I thought I'll have to skip this stream. But it'll be fine, nothing will happen. It'll be just like, it's just another regular stream. He's just going to waffle on for a bit. Like normal. It's going to be a normal stream. I haven't even talked about the time he left his phone on camera. I woke up this morning to a tweet telling me I need to watch the daily wrap. And then I missed that stream. So I suppose at least you're going to get this like live and uncut. I need to do this. I feel like I need to keep this blank. I want to put something on it. But I also feel like during this one, I'm going to need to like write stuff here. I feel like maybe a definition of gaslighting might be good here. I need to set things up. This is not my regular lighting as well, as you could probably tell. I also need to do what Shinko said.
And doing that has added a lot to the game, I feel. I think it's one of the major attractions of the game is this whole puzzle.
All right, Steve. Good luck to you too, baby.
Deal. My first
I hope you glaze up.
So let me go. I'm going to go get things sorted. Let's do this. Let's go.
What's hilarious is we got someone here asking me what's my favorite mobile game. Obviously, what they're trying to do is piss me off with the stupid, detractor meme. I actually admitted this last year. I'll say it again. I actually do play some mobile games. I do. All right? The ones that I play are free to play or incredibly inexpensive, like you spend $1 here or there to make progress. Okay? I do not play the mobile game bullshit that these idiots talk about on the internet. It's not true. But if I were to actually reveal to you guys the games that I played, you know exactly what would happen. People would immediately go out there and try to fucking create negative shit about it. They try to find my account and harass the makers of the game and do all kinds of dumb shit. Like they do right now for a game I don't even fucking play, right? So that's why I would never tell you guys about that stuff. I'm not stupid. Ever since the original bullshit started years ago with the negative memes about mobile games, literally I will never tell you anything. I just won't. It's a waste of everyone's time. You know, I can't have fun and share that kind of stuff with you guys anymore because of idiots. You know, let me put it to you this way. Years and years ago, I remember the first mobile game I ever talked to you guys about. It was a game. It was a Marvel game. It was a card game. It wasn't. What was it called? I can't even remember what it was called. It was like Marvel Infinity Cards or something like that. And what it was these really cool pieces of Marvel artwork from over the years. Real comic book artists had drawn these. And it was a card game where the cards would fight. You have all these different stats, you know. Oh, it's the speed character versus the power character and stuff like that. This is many, many years ago, like 10 years ago, okay, or more. And I started playing the game and I liked it. And there was this promotion where if you convinced other people to create an account and log in, and they created an account and logged in, and then they recommended people, it was basically like this recommendation chain where you would be rewarded in game with a free card. By the end of me doing it, I had just casually on like Twitter suggested the game and put a link out, my link to it. I got like, I'm not even kidding, like 200 cards. It's all the same card, but I got like 200 of them because I was so popular back in the day, that people would just do it on a whim because I suggested. I said, "Oh, I'm playing this game. I like it." So that being said, what's hilarious about that is, at that point, did it ever become a fucking crazy ass conspiracy theory? Did it become a big thing? No. It was like no one even talked about it. When it came to my videos and content, no one cared. No one cared, gave a shit. It was only until much later, years later, that the toxicity sunk in with me and my content and my online identity, where people wanted to completely spin everything into a toxic, nonsensical conspiracy theory mess. And now I know I can't even tell you, and I can't even give you an idea of the games that I would play online, because idiots would try to figure out all my personal information and harass people online in regards to it. It's stupidity, okay? So, no, I'm not going to talk about mobile games. I'm not going to tell you about games that I play or anything like that, because it would be a complete waste of everyone's time, and it would just be fucking, you know what I mean? It would just be a big mess for everybody.
Okay, so what you just saw in that clip was Phil basically going, back in the day when I did actually play mobile games, nobody cared. Whereas nowadays, when I'm not playing mobile games, everybody seems to think it's, you know, it's huge money sink and it's where I spend all my money, and they make it a big deal and it's become a huge meme and it's Detractor conspiracy bullshit, blah, 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 blah. And this is actually sort of like the crux of the issue with Phil and Champions for me, and I would imagine a lot of other detractors, is that back then, you were making money off ad revenue. You were making money through your machinima partnership that allowed you to monetize your videos. So nobody gives a fuck, because that's your money. You know, you do what you want with it. You're being paid that by machinima and YouTube. No one cares. I mean, we might have laughed at you for wasting it, but ultimately, you're free to spend it on whatever you want. You can waste it on as many anime Blu-rays and statues of characters from games you don't play, like Team Fortress 2, as you want. Nobody cares. We'd laugh at you, but still, ultimately, it's your money. Waste it. But nowadays, now that you're actually begging your fans daily for money, when you make it such a part of your brand, as it were, when it's such an integral part of your streams, when you start off your streams by reminding everybody of what you'll do for them once they've given you $50, $100 and $150, when you remind them that they can support you with tips and super chats and super thanks and your Patreon, should they so desire, when you pressure them constantly, when you keep pausing to say, all right guys, it's been like 40 minutes and support has been slow, we've only received like $25 from Jax, and all that stuff, when you lie to your fans to get them to give you money, all of that is the issue. That's why it's such a big deal, Phil. This is the issue here. If you did not lie to your fans, we would not care. It's the lying to your fans that gets most of us. Because when you get your money through payment through your partnership program, we don't care. Waste it. Waste it however you want. If you want to spend it on DoorDash and Champions instead of your bills, fine. It's your fault. It's your money. You are free to dig your own grave. But when that money's from your fans that you have told for days, weeks and months, you need help with your bills. You're worried about being able to keep the stream going. You're worried about not being able to, buy the latest games or, attract people to your stream because you've got bills to pay, You've got a massive bill coming up at the end, and you want your one day off so that you can have your one meal out a week with your wife and all of that stuff. When you pressure your fans so much into feeling like, fuck, I have to give Phil money, he really needs my help. That's the issue, because you'll then go on to blow it on Champions. You'll then go on to blow it on a mobile game that you have lied about. We don't give a fuck what you spend your money on. It's the lying about it to your fans that you are trying to get their money from that we have an issue with. Genuinely, I think most of us would not care if all this carried on, but with the sort of like, yeah, so I do play Champions. What of it? There would still be a number of whales that are like, fuck it, it is his money, You can do what he wants with it once I've given it to him. And it's like, the issue should be that, you're giving him money under false pretenses. You're giving him money because he said to you that he needs help with his bills, but really that money that you've given is going to be wasted on a mobile game that Phil pays so that he can have like a 99.4% win rate. But there would still be enough people that support him that would go, I don't care. If he's come out and admitted it, he'd lose some people, but I would wager that there would still be enough whales there that would go, I don't care. He could play it on Champions if he wants. And we could stop all this shit. We could stop all this, guys, I need help with my bills. We could stop all the, I don't actually play mobile games. Actually, I still play some mobile games. But if I told you which ones they were, but they're not like expensive ones. They're ones where they're either free to play, or they're ones where you'll spend like $1 here or there. All of that shit, all of that would be gone, and we could just like move on to whatever the next drama arc is with Phil. But we need like that issue of it's Champions and it's not dealt with, because that's the massive thing here. The lie about it to your fans. A bunch of fans probably would leave you because they'd be disgusted that they've been lied to for so long. But there would be a couple of fans that would think, I still don't care. I'm still happy to give my money to Phil for him to spend it on Champions. Which is fucked up, yeah. But ultimately, again, if a whale wanted to spend their money on Phil so that he could spend it on Champions, under the like open acknowledgement that that money is going to be spent on Champions. If Phil said, guys, I really need your money, I'd like to get a couple of more pulls. There's like, it's new 6-star stuff now. It's gone up to 6 stars, and I really want to like level up all my cards again. And if his fans gave him money there, fine. That's absolutely fine. You are being open and honest with your fans. That's the issue here. Instead, you have to be like, guys, I really need help with my bills. I've got a massive bill coming up. All the money I've made from YouTube is gone. All the super chat money that I, from last month that I would be getting now, it's gone. All gone on bills. It's all paid off. I've got my back taxes. I've got my condo dues. I've got homeowners association stuff. I've got my garbage. I've got my electric, my gas and all that stuff. All of that would be gone, and we could just move on. But the massive issue here is that you are lying to your fans. That's why Champions has become such a big thing. That's why we're here. That's why this video is here. I should probably put this in first. I should probably open the video with this, because I've still got to do the daily wrap, and then I've got to do the pre-stream. And I know I've tried to avoid spoilers wherever possible, but I know there's something about Champions. I don't know if he actually explicitly says it. Having said that now, I don't know if he actually explicitly says it, but because I know it's got something to do with Champions, I was going through Pig God, because I swear there is a clip of him saying, I haven't played any mobile game like in a major way this week, and it was on a Monday. I'm trying to find them, so I'm trying to find the clips, and I found this one. So I think I'll open with this one. If I can find that other clip that I mentioned, I'll stick it in here after this, and then I'll talk about that, and then I'll move on. But if I can't, I'll just cut it. future editing, Steve, you make the decisions. I'll just stop this now and move on. I'll go to Pig Go. You cut here and make it look like we're cool and we know what we're doing. I found it. I found the clip I meant. It's from the pre-stream podcast, April 11th, 2022. If you want to join in at home, it's about 35 minutes in.
The truth of the matter here is, you know, I'm just tired of the slander making me feel like shit. You know? It sucks. If it wasn't for that, I feel like here's what would have happened. I would have had a great birthday stream, excellent, and then every day this week would have been just a normal day. And if everything was normal, I wouldn't be here in this situation doing this today on this morning's pre-stream. Instead, it would be just, business as usual. But instead, here comes the slander. Here comes the negativity. Wow, Phil made so much. He doesn't need anything. So now I got, wow, can't hit any goals any day. Every day, I'm like, wow, I'm playing Elden Ring. A stream that historically, over the course of the month and a half I've been playing this game, people have come out in droves to support it. And even that's slow support. Obviously, something's up. Obviously, I hate to say it, people get gullible and believe they're bullshit. And it's fucking pissing me off, you know?
He's already, even before we've gotten into this, already establishing that if you believe that there might be something to the rumours of, you know, money is going on things other than bills, you're automatically gullible. You're a gullible idiot. You've been suckered in. Phil thinks that you're thick. He's already establishing that. That's how little he thinks of you if you believe, or if you even think that there might be a possibility of truth to the rumours of him spending his money on champions, DoorDash, gin, etc. He's already establishing that. He's already establishing that you're thick if you believe this. You're stupid if you believe this. You automatically should not believe it. Because if you do, you're stupid, you're an idiot, you're thick, you're gullible, you're easily swayed, you're easily manipulated, and you're wrong. Which we all know anyway, because you're a fan of Phil. I shouldn't insult those people. Not everybody is a whale, you know. Other people are there for other reasons. The sense of community in the chat for some strange reason. Whatever, you know, whatever. You'll get something out of Phil. If you're a fan of Phil, you're obviously getting something out of him. And I'm a big advocate of like not being a dick to people that are fans of Phil and have sort of woken up and gone, actually, no, he's lying. I don't want to keep supporting him or watching his stuff. Because a big way of like breaking the lies that Phil tells about detractors is like not acting like pricks and basically saying, look, we're not bad. You know, Phil like lied to you about how we are. We're actually not like he portrays us. So, you know, fully aware, like I fully encourage people to sort of come into Detractor chat, chill for a bit, watch how it goes, see how like we all chat about different stuff, and you know, slowly like work into things that way. Because obviously you can't go straight from one to the other. You know, this should be like a period of like, I need to stop watching Phil, but I want to sort of acclimatise myself to how things are done here, because it's, you know, it's not like that. It's not like Phil's chat. You're free to talk, and you need to sort of like just watch how things flow, and you know, readjust to normal conversation. You know, you've had like this stilted sort of mode of interaction in Phil's chat, and instead in Detractor chats, it's free. It's very flowing, and it's very fast, and it's very open, and you're sort of like responsible for keeping up yourself. You know, so there's, you need a period of readjustment. So if you are coming out of Phil's chat and you are sort of like thinking, I'm done with him, the best way to sort of deal with that sort of change is to just slowly watch, just lurk for a bit, watch how things go, and see how we chat and see how we sort of like respond. Watch a couple of restreamers, not just DDM to watch the chat, but watch how restreamers are as well, and watch how they are with their audience, because I can guarantee you there is no way in hell someone like Shinko or Ant or Tevin would act like Phil does. Like no one, you know, it's just not really a thing that we do. So yeah. Anyway, this is why I end up with like 7 or 8 hour videos, isn't it? Anyway.
Now, I will outright say something because I'm tired of this. I spent no fucking money this weekend on mobile fucking games.
I spent no fucking money this weekend on mobile games. Now, implicit in that statement is the fact that he's playing mobile games. He's playing them. Because otherwise you just say, I don't play mobile games. But instead it's about the spending of the money for Phil. And it's about when he spends the money as well. So he breaks it down to, I didn't spend any money on mobile games this weekend. And by the way, this took place on Monday. So that doesn't mean he didn't spend money literally before this stream. It doesn't mean that he didn't spend money on Friday. It doesn't mean that he didn't spend any money last week either. This weekend is a qualifier. And it's a semantic qualifier that Phil uses all the time. Phil semantics his way out of things all the time. I remember, like, as Champions was becoming a thing, he kept, like, conflating it with the other one. Is it Supercard? I think it's Supercard. And he kept saying, like, you know, they're talking about Supercard when people would still sort of bring that one up and, you know, mistakenly thinking it's Champions, or sort of like getting confused between the two. And he would say, I don't play Supercard, I haven't played Supercard for years, and that's how much the Detractor conspiracies are bullshit. He would take that one little thing and sort of like semantic it into the rest of your argument is therefore also wrong, and so it can all be dismissed. This is a way that Phil like dodges out of accountability so many times. He'll find like a semantic point he can make and then twist that to mean that therefore the rest of the argument must also be bullshit and I don't need to address it. So we're seeing that here. I haven't spent any money on mobile games this weekend. So all your accusations about spending money on mobile games are bollocks and they can all be dismissed. Even though that statement still leaves the room for the possibility of I've spent more money previously. I've spent money today. I'm still playing the games, but I've not spent money on them this weekend. You know?
I don't even actively play mobile games.
Boom. I don't even... There was that pause there. Let's consider that again.
I don't even actively play mobile games.
I don't even actively play. Caught himself there just as he was about to trip up. I don't even play. And he knows he's playing. And he knows he's probably said at some point he's still playing. Maybe it might have slipped out somewhere. But he has. I don't even actively play. And we know from the fact that the account, the Down from the Rafters account, which I'd like to take this opportunity because I'm probably going to edit this in before like everything else. So I'd like to take this opportunity to show you all the Down from the Rafters clip.
A silly one took me $1 says, great gameplay. I consider this the newest day. It's like one newest day. That's not a word. I've gone down from the rafters. Okay. I consider this the newest day and I've gone down from the rafters. What?
Because I love that clip so much. I love the... Because you can't control that. You can't control that. You can choose to emphasize it at points if you want to for like dramatic effect. So if I was like reading and then I wanted to emphasize that, oh my god, what I've seen has shot me, I would go like that. You can control it when you deliberately want to do it. But most of the time when you're actively shocked, you can't control it. Some facial expressions are actually like hardwired into like connection with our emotional responses. When you're happy, you smile. You don't need to be taught to smile. You just know to smile. It's what we do when we're happy. We smile. And so when we're shocked, our facial features expand, and our eyes expand. It's like we need more information. We've just suddenly hit with something, and we need more information, and that includes visual information. So we're taking in visual information. I mean, you might hear people saying like at the moment of shock, like the world just sort of like stops because they're taking in everything. They're taking in every sound, so it goes quiet. They're trying to listen for extraneous information. The world sort of like closes in because their eyes are visually searching for like anything and trying to focus on anything. A shock literally stops your processing like for a brief period. It literally stops your brain doing what it's doing. It's like a computer. It's like a crash, basically. It's like when your computer just like freezes for a minute while, like if your hard drive's slowed down, if it's stopped running for a bit, and then you need to access something, so it spins up again. That brief moment of the hourglass turning on you. They don't do that anymore. I miss that. I miss the old big chunky, because I grew up with like Windows 95, 98. I miss the big chunky ones. Anyway, yeah, a shock is literally like a pause. It's literally like a moment of, I need to like briefly gather everything again. What I was doing has been disrupted, and that's reflected in your expression. You can't control that. You can't. It's really, really difficult to control that. I would imagine, like, with intense training throughout your life, you could probably sort of keep the control of it, but it's so difficult. So most of the time we don't. So most of the time when you see something like this, when you saw like the down from the rafters bit, and he went, that was genuine. That was real. He knew. That triggered him, and he knew. He was fuck, because he knew that was associated with him, and we see that here. We see that here again. I don't even fucking actively play mobile games. I don't actively play. Need to catch that. I needed to catch that. I don't play. Anybody else who didn't play mobile games would say, I don't play mobile games. But Phil has to add the qualifier. Phil is going down that route, and then he catches himself and adds the qualifier. I don't actively play mobile games. So he is playing mobile games. But there again, actively, I need to move a little bit this way. Oh fuck! Because it's just, I just wanted the things to pop up again actively, and I know that it's a pain in the ass when I'm editing. So fuck you, future editing, Steve. I'm gonna smoke all your weed, and then I'm gonna go and eat all like really nice cookies that are down in the cupboard downstairs. So yeah, Fox ones, chocolate coated, really chunky, really thick. Oh. So he catches himself and has to add that little actually bit, because it's vague. It's open to interpretation. How do you define actively? Once a day? Once a week? Once a month? Continuously? Multiple times per day? How do you define actively? That will vary from person to person. So again, it's a little semantic twist that allows Phil a bigger room of, well, I never said I don't play them. I just said I don't actively play them, which means I haven't played them in ages. I'll just occasionally play them. You know, it allows Phil to go down that route and again deflect the criticism of, you are lying to your fans for money that you are wasting on a mobile game. So we're here again. And this is before I've got into everything again. So those were the two that really stuck out. There was a couple of others that I'd sort of caught along the way, but those were the two that really stuck out to me. So I think I can get on with this now. I don't know. I've picked Go mobile game. I've picked Go champions. I've picked Go like a lot of the things just to sort of like gather all the video resources I'll need when I come to edit this. So I think I've covered everything that I found and I could remember through all this. The Secret Limited thing is in my recommendations. It's like top of my recommendations. It's just a masterpiece, that video. It's amazing how good that video is. How quickly you got it out. How incredibly well made it is. I know a lot of it is, you know, you'll have had that material already because you did the one in the top 10. But that's just amazing how good that video is. So yeah, anyway, big up Secret Limited. And right, I could get on with the daily wrap and then everything that happened yesterday. And I woke up to a tweet from Shinko saying, like, I woke up yesterday to a tweet saying you need to watch the daily wrap. And I thought, well, that tweet begs, I thought, you're either going to like burst out laughing or you're here for 4 hours, there's no in between. And I woke up to a tweet from Shinko today saying, good luck, you're going to need it. Which doesn't fill me with optimism. So traumatized editor Steve from the future. Let's do our magic. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's there. I've just seen it. I was just doing some setup. I've just seen it. The title's called Final Say on Mobile DS. Oh my god. Oh my god, what am I in for? Is this it? Is he really gonna... Because I mean, I saw some people mentioning this, so I thought it might be prudent to have a definition behind me. Oh god. Oh, he's really gonna go that way, isn't he? Oh god. I was right, I really am going to be here for 10 hours. I've got goosebumps. I've got fucking goosebumps on my skin. Oh my god. What am I going to do? Gypsy, come and help me. Come and help me. I need to calm down. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The day we feared has come. He's actually going to do this. He's actually going to try to tell us all. He's been open about it all the time, isn't he? He's really going to do this. I'm going to do this. It's going to be the 10:01. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's actually going to do this. I need to do the daily wrap. Someone told me about the daily wrap for a reason. You know, there must be something to the daily wrap. I'll do that first. I need to glaze. Shinko's right. I need to glaze. I need to glaze and do the daily wrap, and then I'll deal with all of this. Oh my god. Oh, we're actually doing this. I am going to need so much more. This is going to be it, isn't it? This is going to be like a 10 bottle ranking. Literally the second video I do with like 8 bottle ranking system after the previous one about GameStar. We've got 8 bottles. This is going to be it, isn't it? Fuck. We're doing this. She's gone back to sleep. She's fine. She's sleeping a bit more. She's getting a bit older, and cats do slow down as they get older. They do sleep a bit more, and also, you know, her nervous system is slowing down because there's not as much thyroid in her blood, so she's not up and active as much. Her heart isn't working as hard. Her lungs aren't breathing as much. So, you know, it's a fairly good thing that she's sleeping a bit more. So she's okay. She's gonna be okay. But I've got all this ahead of me. I wish I could drink so much. I could do it. This would be, if I could drink, this would be an Anley or a blooper special. I would eclipse them. It's an amazing picture of me passed out in the rain. I would eclipse blooper and Anley if I could still drink. I would make them look sober. Call somebody. I need to go out and get more Lucasade. I need to call my guy. I wasn't prepared for this. I wanted to make videos about like psychology things again. I wanted to do things about like obscure horror games I played. And it's not weirdly, I don't know why. I don't know why I gave people that impression, but it's not Harvester, I'm sorry. More than one person said, is it Harvester? And I'm sorry, but I've not played out. I know what it is. It's like the FMV point and click horror, like 80s video nasty style. you know, he's ruined style, hasn't he? It's not enough that he's ruined thus. He's ruined style as well. He's ruined added style to things, but yeah, it's not Harvester. Sorry, but I wanted to do all that, and here we are again. I'm sorry, I'm just a bit shocked. He's actually going there, isn't he? Let's get on with it. Come on, Steve. You're not going to get this video out any quicker by just stalling and rambling. In fact, you're going to make it worse. You're only making it worse. This is only more time. I've dug my own grave, haven't I? Do you dig graves? Yeah, they're all right. I'm so glad. I think they're wonderful. It's one for my fellow brick tractors. Let's go. Sat down to record the bit about the daily wrap, and my notebook had updated itself. So, thanks, Windows. They're wasting the glaze, that's the issue. Come on, right, you're on now, come on. Yes, restore the pages. I know you didn't shut down correctly. You were fucking forced to close.
Take a breath.
Why is an advert showing up? I have a fucking ad blocker. Excuse me.
That's where it all starts.
How very dare you? She moving then? Oh, you have woken up. Sorry. Shut up, Phil. Oh. No, you can. You're fine. You stay there. You're not going to miss anything. I promise. Right. Come on.
Then on the late stream tonight, I played Multiversus. Now, once again, getting people suggesting, oh, you could do this to stop the trolling. You can do that to stop the trolling. None of it works. None of it works at all. Sadly, the trolling just cannot be stopped in the game because they didn't program in a way to stop it. It's idiocy. So they have to fix it with a patch. I'm sure eventually they will. As of now, I'm stuck with the stupid pop-up message nonsense. So I just turn the camera off and on again, until we get to matches.
I just want to say that you could at least put something there for your fans. You could at least put up a, temporarily being, temporary disruption, please hold on, something like that. You could put up, or just flick back to your pre-stream art just while that's going on, because he just leaves it on a black screen. He just leaves it on a black screen, and it can be up a few minutes of this, especially if he's farting about with his phone, or he's getting super chats and tips or whatever, and updating his leaderboards. It can be quite a while if staring at a black screen. It's pretty boring, So you could at least do something there. Just that's a mild criticism from me. That's something that has bugged me, but I think only because it's emblematic of something more significant, and that's his just complete apathy towards his fans and their experience of his content. For somebody who wants them to give him their money, he doesn't seem to care about making it entertaining for them.
The one downside, now that I've been playing Multiversus for about a week and a half, it looks like the earning of the currency in-game has dramatically slowed down. Usually I was earning enough in every stream to buy another new character the next stream. Not this time. I only have 500, and you need at minimum of 1,500 to buy a character, if not more. So it looks like now it's going to take multiple streams to earn enough currency to unlock new characters permanently, which is kind of a bummer because it looked like at one point it wouldn't have been so slow going. Okay,
but that's how it works anyway in all these games. The more you level up, the more expensive things become. That's a fairly standard trope in video games. I don't know what he expected. Did he think it would last? He did, didn't he? He thought it would be the same cost at every level. Fucking hell.
probably the catch. You play it for a while. Oh, I don't want to wait anymore. Now you want to buy those Founders Packs or buy the Gleamium to buy coins so you can unlock the characters quickly. I kind of get the formula they're going for to try to get you hooked and then make you want to spend to keep playing and doing new stuff rather than the same stuff over and over.
Oh, do you, Phil? So you recognise that then? You recognise that sort of business model? Have you seen it elsewhere by any chance, Phil?
So, gameplay-wise, and with Bugs Bunny unlocked, I had a blast. But I have to confess, I am disappointed with the fact that support every time that I play Multiverses is very low. All right, why am I disappointed? I'll tell you why. Because every Friday night, I play old school fighting games. And every Friday night, we get people who come out and do support that. It's not necessarily the biggest supported stream of the week usually, but it's still solid support of people who like to see me play fighting games, right?
Wait. Is he going to blame Jax for not coming out and supporting this? Is that where this is going?
But every week, people come out and complain, man, Phil doesn't get it. People don't want to see him play old fighters. They want to see him play the hot new ones. If he would just play the hot new fighters, he'd get way more views, way more support, way more attention. Multiverses is the biggest fighter in recorded fighting game history. It has more players online right now at any given time than any fighting game before it. Why?
Oh, this is the thing, right? Is this the thing where he's like... this is it, isn't it? This is the mystery one that I quoted. This is... this is like, you've been asking this for 4 years. Now where the fuck are you? This is it. Is that what he was wearing?
Play, and it has major marketing and licensing behind it. When you got characters like Bugs Bunny fighting Steven Universe, fighting Batman, yeah, that's going to put butts in seats, and that's going to get everyone of all ages to play the game, right? I'm trying actively to play it as much as I can to learn it, as frustrated as I am because this is not in my wheelhouse and it's something outside of the normal fighting game comfort zone. I mean, how often did I play Smash Brothers, right? I'm still trying to learn, and I'm actually having a good time with it.
He could have been playing Smash all this time. He could have... He picked himself. He decided, I'm just going to play the Street Fighter collection for 2 years every Friday. You know? He did that himself. He could have been playing any other fighting game in that mix. If Friday night are 4 fighting games, he could have been playing any of them. But he decided, I want to stay in my own comfort zone. So that's why all the people that wanted to see you play Smash Brothers type fighting games, Phil. You know, it's out of your comfort zone. So you don't normally play it. You know, it's outside the regular scope. It's outside your wheelhouse. It's not something that you normally do. You know, the people that would have been there for that, the people in your audience that would have been Smash fans, would have turned up for it. But you spent years going, nah, I'm not playing that. I just want to play old school Street Fighter. So they wandered off to find somebody that would play Smash Brothers. Maybe with them. You know. Fuck. It's no wonder that you're getting no interest on this. Because you spent so long telling people, I don't want to do it. I'm not going to do it. Stop asking me for it. And fuck off. They've all fucked off. You got what you wanted. They left. You told them to go away. You told them, if you want that, go and find somebody else for it. This is my stream for this. You got what you wanted. You got what you asked for. You should be happy.
People are helping me to learn on the night streams, and I really appreciate that. But the funny part is, all those people who complain about me playing old school fighting games every Friday night, where are they? Right? I'm doing...
Yeah! There we go. They've gone. All those people who complained about you, they've sodded off because they were fed up of complaining about you. And you obstinately going, nah, I'm not doing it, mate. I'm going to sit here and do what I want to do. Instead, it's my stream. You come here for this. If you don't want this, go elsewhere. There's plenty of other streamers out there who'll play whatever you want, you know. There's plenty of other streamers out there for your Guilty Gears and your BlazBlues and your Dragon Ball Fighter Z's and your Tekkens and your fucking Soul Calibers and your Power Rangers Battle for the Grids and, you know, your Smash Brothers and your Brawlhallas and all sorts of these other fighting games. There's plenty of people doing it. I could probably find somebody streaming that Super Pillow Fighter. So, yeah, this is what you wanted, Phil. You told them all to go away, and they did. That's where they are. Elsewhere. You've driven them away. You said to them, I'm not going to do that. Stop asking and fuck off. So they stopped asking and fucked off. And over the years, anyone that might have asked has been told to fuck off and has fucked off. So, there you go. That's where they are. Fucked off.
I'm doing what you wanted. Where's all the support that you claimed I was going to get?
Oh! Because, of course, that's what matters. That's what matters. That support you told to fuck off. Those people that would have given you money for playing those games have gone because you told them to go. This is the problem when your narcissism and your avoidance complement each other. This is when what benefits you and what you don't want to do, like, sort of mingle and coalesce and amplify. It's like all your neuroses coming together in like a giant megazord of fucked up psychology. That means that when you are in a position where you can say, I'm going to do this. This is my bit of control. This is my area where I have total control. So I am going to do this. And somebody else comes along and suggests doing something else that you don't want to do. Your avoidance makes you not want to do that because it's out of your comfort zone. You don't feel comfortable doing it. You don't feel comfortable picking up a new fighting game because you're going to get thrashed while you're learning it. And that's embarrassing. So you really don't want to do it. And your narcissism says, I don't have to do it though, because here we have control. Here we're picking to play Street Fighter 2. And your avoidance goes, oh, thank God. You're right, yeah, let's stick with Street Fighter 2, yeah, that's fine. We know what Street Fighter 2 is. We're okay. We're good. It's okay. Tell them to fuck off then. And your narcissism goes, you don't get to come here and tell me what to play on my stream. If you want to watch somebody playing Battle for the Grid, you go and find somebody playing Battle for the Grid. I'm playing Street Fighter. Fuck off. And then the support goes. Because you've told it to fuck off. Something on my glasses. That's where all that support was, Phil. People were telling you if you played it, we would have given it you, and you didn't. So they're not. Amazing, this. Absolutely amazing. The entitlement as well. The entitlement that sort of seems really obvious, so I don't really talk about it. But his relationship with his fans is on such a transactional level that he thinks, you've told me to do something and I've done it. Now pay me for it. I'm not here to entertain you to the point where you'll reward me for it by, giving me tips and super chats. You are here to give me money because I'm doing something. I'm playing this game. Maybe one of you asked for it. Maybe none of you did, but there's no way you can prove that I didn't get an email from somebody saying, hey, Phil, you should play this game. So I can easily say somebody's been asking for it. People have been asking for it behind the scenes. Everybody's been saying, oh, Phil, you need to play this hot new game. So he can throw out that lie anytime he needs to say, I'm playing this. I'm playing this fighting game. I'm playing this. I'm not going to be doing what you asked me to do. Unless you pay me for it. And that's a fucked up relationship to have with your audience. I don't have that expectation of the people that watch this. I'm astonished that people watch them and really buzzed that people do. I'm happy that people enjoy it and can take something from it. But I don't expect them to reward me for it. I'm doing this for fun. I'm doing this because it's entertaining. I'm doing this because I like doing it. Some sick fucked up way, I actually like doing this. I actually like getting to grips with this psychology here. This psyche, this weird and unique cognitive build. So I can't consider having that expectation of the people that watch my stuff. I can't picture what it's like to be that entitled. And granted, he's been doing this for years. My life and his life are very different. So I've not had the life experience that's led me to being a creator online who makes money from their work online, their content online, for the last 13, 14, 15, however many years. You know, I've not got the experience of that. So maybe it does lead you that way. Maybe it does lead you to having a different relationship with your audience. But it's still something that I, sort of like, on a fundamental level, feel uncomfortable with. And I feel like it is a symptom of something much, much deeper and much more severe. So, you know, that's why I feel like it should be called out every now and then. I feel like, even though we all know he is entitled, he displays that so obviously and so frequently that it almost feels moot to bring it up. But I still feel like moments where it's especially egregious that it should be sort of like, we should shine a light on it. We should sort of like pause the video and go, 1 minute, please. Can we talk about this? You know? I need to see how this finishes.
For 4 years, I played old school Street Fighter every Friday night, and all I heard was, play other games, play other games.
There it is. There it is. That's the problem, Phil. For 4 years, people told you, we don't want to see Street Fighter. We would like to see something else. And you did nothing. Well, actually, no, there is something else that you did in them 4 years. You'd started it roughly 6 months earlier, but it has been going on for over 4 years now. You have played it regularly. So thanks, Jax. Thanks for all that. I don't know if you could hear that noise then. That was her moving on her pad. She's curling up again. But for 4 years, people told you, I can't imagine. Again, I can't imagine. And I'm sorry, Necro Swanson, but I can't imagine being like a content creator and people say to me, for 4 years, please make a video about this. And then after I do it and it gets low views, I go, right, you fuckers asked for that for 4 years. You know, like I try to make videos on everything because I want to make videos about so many things. So, you know, every now and then somebody will say, oh, I should make a video about this. And I will. That sounds really interesting. But it's never gotten to because there's other things I make in between. And so it's like a negligence thing with me. It's not like out of spite or malice or like any like absolute lack of intention to do it, you know, or like any sort of, again, from the perspective of his audience as well, from the perspective of his audience, I can't imagine being a fan of somebody for 4 years and sort of like you know, commenting on every video, oh, mate, you should react to this, you should react to this, and, mate, you should watch this, you should watch it, oh, you should play this, you should play this. For 4 years. I said to somebody else on Twitter when we were talking about the fact that he's been playing that game for over 4.5 years. And we know, like, you know, it's addiction compelling that. We get that, you know, we understand that this is going on up here the same as it would be if he was a heroin addict. You know, the compulsion and the reward pathways and everything going on up here is the same as if he was addicted to a substance. But he spent 4.5 years playing Bejeweled every day. Multiple times per day. I can't imagine that. It would drive me mad. And I'll sink hours into games. I'll sink days into games, you know. But it's broken up. It's total. It's cumulative, you know. It's not all in one go. You have breaks. Like, I've recently been playing Far Cry 5. And I'll play it for a couple hours. And then I'll think, right, I've had enough of like an open world thing. I want something else. So I'll have a breather and I'll go play something else. Like I've currently picked up Redout for £3. So I'm giving that a go. And, or I'll play like a VR game. Or I'll play a House of the Dead. I'll have a breather. I'll have something, you know, like that. So, you know, and maybe that, again, maybe that's just me. Maybe that's my tolerance because I'm not like wired the same way he is. I'd need variety. I'd need a breather. I couldn't do all that for that long, consistently. It just, you're supposed to take breaks. You're supposed to take breaks. They teach you at uni, they teach you at school, they teach you at psychology courses. You know, when you're doing study skills, you need breaks, you need mental breathers. Your brain needs you to pause at times when you've been doing a task for too long. You need a breather. And he's done it for 4.5 years. That's fucking astonishing. So it would drive me mad, and I can't imagine like still expecting somebody who's like over those years asked you, please play something else, please play a different fighting game, please play like Tekken 7, please play Tekken 7, please play Tekken 7. Phil, you should stop playing Street Fighter and play Tekken 7. But because Jax was the one who kept paying him, he kept playing Street Fighter 2. Whereas that person who kept asking for Tekken is eventually going to get bored and just go and find somebody who is playing Tekken. And then eventually he gets around to Tekken and he's like, well, where's the fucking support? You asked for Tekken. You've been asking for Tekken for years. Where is it? People have been asking for a green screen for years. He set up his fucking green screen during the closet stream. This is avoidance. This is avoidance. This is him not wanting to do things that are outside of his comfort zone. He doesn't want himself challenged because it's scary. It's terrifying. He doesn't know how these things are going to work. That's why he approaches everything with such trepidation. That's why you have to go through so many hoops to get him to do something. That's why he will have a list of excuses every time you say, hey, Phil, what about doing this? Well, no, because first we have to do this, and then we have to do this, which means that I have to upgrade my PC, which means that I have to do this first, and then if I have another marathon, I'd raise this much, but then why would I actually spend that money on a PC when I've not even given my wife a honeymoon? So no, I'm not doing that. All of that is because he's avoidant. He doesn't want to do these things. So you end up in this situation where when he does, on those rare occasions, actually get pushed into something. And this isn't, it's like he says, it's one of like the hot new releases. It's being played by so many people. So it's hardly like you're asking him to do something, you know, completely new and daring, and you're not asking him to play like a niche indie game. Sorry, you're not asking him to play something that he would not usually play. He does still usually play fighting games. You know, it might not be a 2-on-2. It might not be a 2D. You know, it might not be like King of Fighters. It might not be anything like that, but it's still a fighting game. It's still close enough that he feels comfortable enough within it to consider it. And because it's the hot new one, that he notices that everybody's streaming, and he sees on his Twitter that, you know, these play accounts are being smashed, and, you know, stream accounts going up, and everybody's fucking loving this new game. Everybody's talking about this new game. All right, I want in on this. It'll make me some money. Except it's now not, because anybody that would have stuck around to watch you play a Smash-style fighting game has gone elsewhere, and they're probably watching somebody else play this and giving them their money.
So I play the biggest, hottest fighter. Oh, not this one. Fuck this. That really, really pisses me off. What that proves is that it was just a group of people who were going to whine no matter what I played, and were never intent on supporting me to begin with.
Fuck you. Fuck you for that. Those were your fans, and you chased them away. My God, I reckon if we took a proper sweeping study of all the people that were detractors, I am comfortably saying that over 60% of them would be ex-fans of yours who you've driven away for exactly that. Stuff like that is why you will have driven people away. That support was there 4 years ago when people started asking you to play other things, and you told them to fuck off. You are not entitled. You do not have the entitlement to their money now. They should not come back to you to say, "Oh, great, you're finally playing something great. Yeah, here's all the money that I owe you for like the past 4 years of not being there for Street Fighter 2." You don't get to do that, Phil. You fucking. I shouldn't say that word. See that again.
What that proves is that it was just a group of people who were going to whine no matter what I played, and were never intent on supporting me to begin with.
That one's the narcissism, that. I feel like that one's his narcissism going, see, I was right, I knew it. I knew it. I said all along for those 4 years that it was only going to be people who were trolling, and they only wanted to, wind me up, and they didn't have any intention of actually supporting me. So I was right to keep playing Street Fighter for those 4 years. I was right to keep doing what I did. Those people were never going to support me. I was right. I was right about them. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I told you so. I did say. That's why I haven't done it. That's what that is. I feel like that is the source of that outburst there. The source of that disgust and contempt, and you were never going to support me. They were at the time, Phil. They were your fans. They were your audience. You should have been building them up, but instead you told them all to fuck off because they wanted you to play something that was different.
Okay? However, I will say this. I like multiverses. I know. How often do I play a new fighting game and I say, oh, I like it. I think I want to keep playing it. This is one that right now, I like it. I want to keep playing it and learning new characters and unlocking new characters. And soon, new modes will be unlocked. Ranked matches will be unlocked. All this new stuff will be going on in the game. I want to check it out, and I want to keep playing it. But
Trying to think, he was probably like this at Halo, wasn't he? At first, was he? No, he wasn't. He always seemed like an asshole about Halo. I have a feeling that he wasn't like, yeah, I want to stick around for this one. I want to see it grow. Because he stopped playing it really quickly. But I think the motivation that drove him to play it for the brief spurts that he did and this are the same. This is like after 2 or 3 streams of Halo point along this path. This is like at the point where he's played a couple of streams and Halo's still doing all right, and the lag is still something that you can still bitch about, and you're not losing too many matches yet because you're still being placed with a lot of people who are also still a bit rough at the game and still learning and figuring it out. But eventually, he actually gets far enough in ranks that he starts meeting people who can actually play the game and starts getting his ass kicked by them, and gets like, that's when he gets arsey and decides to quit. So I feel like that's what's going to happen here. He's going to play it for a bit, and then he's going to start encountering more and more people who've been playing it longer and who are actually paying attention to the game, who are paying attention to the game and are learning stuff as they play, And he's going to start getting his ass kicked more and more, and he's going to start getting moany and quitting. But I feel like for now, this is just because it's popular, and he thinks that there's a chance that it will bring in a couple of people, especially if I'm winning. And now that I've got bugs and I had that win streak last night, I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling good about this one. I'm feeling that there's potential here because I can keep winning now. I've just won 5 in a row. Was it 6 in a row, I think? I've just won 6 in a row. And I'm feeling good. I like this one. There's that as well. That's a nice reward pathway. Doing well with the character. It's an instant win button, But he feels okay with it because he's winning. And because it's still popular, there's a chance that it might bring in a couple of new people. So he's going to keep playing it. Plus, if everybody keeps doing their engagement, he might start placing higher in the search rankings. So he'd like to stay here. He'd like to keep playing this one. And he really wants your buy-in. He really needs your support to keep doing that because he likes it and he wants to keep doing it. But he can't make that decision. He could. How many years has it been since somebody first told him, it doesn't matter what game you are playing, as long as you are funny and intelligent. Funny and intelligent. Funny and interesting. I don't have interesting, I have intelligence, that's it. So I don't have funny either, I just keep trying to tell myself that I do. So how many years has it been since somebody has said the game itself does not matter? It is the streamer who brings people in, and it is the streamer who is the one who's supposed to be interesting. It's the streamer that people are there for. But for him, it's always been the games. It was the games when he was on YouTube, wasn't it? It was the games when he was still uploading. It was the games that he had to rush out and buy to get the day one views. Because it was the games that mattered. It was how he got notoriety. So it's always been his way. And we know how resistant he is to change. He's not somebody who changes easily. So that mindset will probably never have been changed. especially not with stuff like Elden Ring and GTA and everything. You know, the next new releases are gonna save the stream because, again, the importance is on the hot new release, which is this moment multiverses. It's just, you know, he's getting annoyed with it because it's not doing as well as like Elden Ring. His hot new release that he's playing after years of people asking isn't bringing him in the money that he wants. It's not bringing him the money that he thinks he deserves. You're not giving him the money that he thinks you should be giving him. And he's going to vent about it on the Daily Wrap. I just want to thank him for condensing it and keeping it under 7 minutes, because it means that I can keep this under like 3 hours. So, you know, if nothing else, Phil, thank you for that. It's probably the only time I'm ever going to thank you. But, yeah, thank you for not spinning this out into like a 25-minute rant on your pre-stream. Because I have the feeling I've got one of them coming up.
I cannot invest tons of time into the game without support. When there's many other games that people say that they'll support, you know, and this is a business I'm running as well as my hobby, I can't just do what I want to do all the time. I wish I could.
You could. You set your own fucking schedule. You pick the fucking games you can play. How about you don't do a Game Pass night, but do this. If you want to do it, do it. It's your stream. You're the one who picks the games. I can never take this argument seriously at all. He picks his own schedule. He does everything. He has the freedom. So many people have to work within rules. So many people have to be at their desks at certain times. So many people have to act a certain way at work. It's people that they want to deck. You ask any retail person, anyone who works in retail, how difficult it is to remain professional when someone is being a cunt about like a return or where something is placed in the store, you know, or the fact that their burger didn't look great and they put their hand through it by mistake, you know. And he has the freedom to pick whatever he wants to play. And I get asked every now and then. See, the thing is, right, that video that I was talking about earlier about an old game that I used to play, I have the freedom to pick that. I have the freedom, when I said I've got like another Why We Still Talk About in Psychology written, I had the freedom to pick which one I wrote about, what I wrote about for that one. I had the freedom to pick the experiment I wrote about. The game that I played and what I'd write about, I had the freedom to do that. And I acknowledge that freedom. That is an amazing freedom because I can essentially pick and choose what I want to do. And he has that. He has that. I could, you know, I can't. So many people have to work within rules that they hate and they struggle against and they find really, really difficult to align with what they want to do and how they feel. So many people have been at work and had to deal with somebody that they've just not wanted to deal with, and they've had to retain a certain level of behavioural standard. And so many people have wanted to have a day off on a certain day because something's happening, like a gig, or they've got friends in town, or it's somebody's birthday, and their work has said, no, we need you in on this day. You are coming in on this day. You cannot afford to be off on this day. We are not letting you be off on that specific date. So many people want to be at home from these specific hours, but their work says, no, we need you in the office at these hours. It took a global fucking pandemic for people to get to be able to work from home. And this entitled, selfish... See, I'm doing it again, I'm getting mad again. But again, it's this. This is another trigger for me when he goes, I really want to do this, but I can't because, you know, I need like the support for it, or I really want to be able to stick around until past like 9:30 with you guys, but I can't, or, you know, I wish I could like stream on this day and then have this day off instead, but I can't. And it's like, you pick your own fucking schedule. You can do whatever you want to do. So I don't ever buy it. I hate it. And it really irritates me that he gets away with using it. so much. Well, not necessarily gets away with it, because, he does get called out for it. People do recognise it. I'm not the only one who gets annoyed by it. But the fact that he goes to it so much, the fact that he uses it as a justification or a reason to feel aggrieved that he didn't get some support, or a way to manipulate people into giving him support like he's doing here. I wish I could keep playing this, but I need some support in order to make me understand that yes, I can keep playing it. I wish I could keep playing it and providing entertainment for you guys, but if you want to see that, you have to keep tipping and supporting, and I need your buy-in.
Really, I wish I could, but I can't. All right, I have to always do the right thing for both myself, but also my business, my family, my well-being. I can't just play multiverses all the time.
You have to do your family and your well-being. What the oh. God, this isn't even the pre-stream. Oh, this isn't even the pre-stream. I've not even properly done. It's not even started. God. Oh my God. Oh, I know. He probably needs paying bills, keeping a roof over our heads, making sure we can eat, blah, 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 blah. You need to pay me money, basically. I know, I get it, but fuck. The way you phrase that then, we need to ensure, the safety, my family and my well-being. I have to think about my family and my well-being and all that. What, when you're picking what game you want to play, at what time, on what day?
I got to balance it with other stuff, and because the support is low, I got to bring it up like this, all right? If you've enjoyed me playing multiverses, whether you've just watched the streams or you're watching the on-demand videos, please support them. As simple as liking a video, leaving a comment, liking a stream, that helps. But yeah, going above and beyond, tipping, memberships, super chats, super stickers, super thanks on the videos if you're watching them after the fact. All of that goes a long way and would help a ton.
Fuck off! I don't know what I expected. I don't know why it still provokes that response. It's Phil. I've just sort of glanced and seen that one of my hairs sticking up in my beard. So, oh, fuck me. It's going to take ages to sort out. I don't know why it still gets that response. It's Phil. We know that this is how he is. Of course he's going to go, yeah, the super... the thumbs up, the likes and the comments, they all help. But, if you could also super thanks and super chats and all that would also be great. And it's of course he's like that. Of course that's what he is. I don't know why it's... Because it's not what we get in our lives. It's, everybody's known someone like Phil. But few of us have known somebody as bad as Phil. Right? Because Phil's isolation has allowed this stuff to malinger. It's allowed this stuff to sort of fester and grow and spread like an infection. He's not had the social pushback that most people who are like Phil get when they're in social situations. So he doesn't have to constantly balance that. He doesn't have to sort of constantly, have to readjust things and temper things. So I think it's because most people aren't this brazen. They're just not this sort of cheeky. Basically, it's cheek. If somebody had said that to me in the pub or something, I'd have been like, "You cheeky cunt, fuck off." I've got to stop saying that word. So I think it's that gets to me, because you just, even though I know it's Phil, and I should expect it, it's still just so brazen that it feels like it's. It feels like it's jarring. I don't know anybody who would act that bad. I've known people like Phil, but I've never known anyone that bad. Another minute of this. Please wrap up quick.
Okay, so if you like multiverses, please support it. I'm going to play it again this weekend. I hope within the next couple of streams things will pick up. I can't have insanely show streams every time I play it. I just can't. I don't want to drop it or reduce the amount I play it because I have to keep playing it a lot to learn it. But it's disheartening to me that for 4 years I got yelled at. Oh, you're doing old school stuff. If you were just smart, you play the newest game. I play the hottest, newest, biggest one ever. Oh, well, Yeah, they were full of shit.
It's 4 years! Oh, I can't. Phil, you... Gypsy, please wake up and help me with this. I don't know how to deal with it. Phil. Phil, how do you lack the self-awareness? How do you even teach someone self-awareness? My God, like, just like the amount of CBT you would need to get to that point where you could then look at that statement and help him work out what was wrong about it. Oh my God. Oh, this man is so far gone. This is so bad. Oh, I know I said that things are only going to get worse. The strain is, like, the longer things go on, the worse he's going to get. His coping methods aren't as effective, so he's relying on them more, which costs more, so he needs more money. So the more often he doesn't get that money, the angrier he's going to get. And the angrier he gets, the less he's going to, be able to assuage that anger using his coping method. Because he's not going to be able to pay for as many pulls. And the pulls that he is getting aren't working as much. Wow. I didn't think it'd be this bad. You need so much therapy to undo all this. Please tell me that's it for this. If there's a sudden cut to, like, a preamble before the stream, the pre-stream that's coming up, then I want you all to know I will be really, really happy. I'm actually going to be relieved. But if it's this, if he said something else, I'm going to scream. Okay, this is it. This is. It's finally going to happen, Steve. He's gonna go this way, isn't he? He's gonna do this. I've been hesitant. I've had a break since doing the daily wrap thing. I've been fiddling with lights. I am prepared. I've got a number of bottles of Lucozade. I've even got crisps. They're not Doritos. They're kettle chips. So I do feel a bit bougie with kettle chips, but they're currently on offer. So this is it. It's all been building to this. Well, the divorce arc, I guess. The divorce arc is still to come. But this is the Champions finale. No, I get the feeling it's not. I get the feeling this isn't over. I get the feeling there's still more to come. Like, as the day has gone on, I've seen more and more people's videos about this. And I've not watched them, but I've seen them coming up in my YouTube. So I know that more and more people are doing this. So this is a big thing. But I don't think this is it. I think I get the feeling that he's ultimately nothing will be achieved, nothing will change. This is going to continue. Things are going to carry on getting worse. This isn't it. This isn't the end of anything. This is just like another bump in the road. But it's the champions. It's the end of the champions arc, Steve. It's. You've seen the title of this. You know what happens in it. You had a brief meltdown a minute ago because of it. So. Fuck it, let's get on with it.
So yeah, so that's coming up. And then a week after that, on Saturday the 20th of August, that's the big new React event. And you guys have been voting. I don't even need to look at the poll. I already know. You guys want me to react to the original This Is How You Don't Play video. And I get that. I know why. Number one, that video is 10 years old now. Did you realize that? I think it's actually over 10 years old. Holy shit. Right? Time flies. And that was the video that I hate to say, but that was the video that started negativity against me on the internet. Before This Is How You Don't Play, there was a random person here or there, and there was a little bit of negative sentiment here or there, but there was no focused, concerted effort of let's be nasty to Dark Side Phil until This Is How You Don't Play started, okay? That's where the toxicity began. But the thing is, I don't feel that video is necessarily toxic or even with the intention of saying, oh, let's just destroy Dark Side Phil and end his online popularity.
Imagine being EvilAJ and hearing that. After, what, nearly a decade of shit from this man, he's now saying that. The amount of shit that EvilAJ must have had to have put up with from Phil's fans. And he's there like this, going, I don't necessarily think it's toxic. After shitting on it for years, and after shitting on the creator for years, and after calling the creator, like, mentally ill, and saying that, like, if you've taken part in this, you tried to get me killed, you know, after the wellness check, the swatting. After all that, he sits there and says, I don't think it's toxic. I don't necessarily think it's toxic. I've got to stop saying that word.
I think it was more of a, hey, let's be observant on what this guy does and let's be honest about it. He's not very good at it. So why do people act like he's some crazy content creator when you actually watch his stuff and analyze it, he's not that good?
I really want to. I can feel it in my chest. I genuinely want to. I can't. I shouldn't. We've got something else. We're here for another reason, Steve. This isn't why we're here.
What's hilarious about that is that misses the entire point of content creation that I was doing. I was never playing games to say I was good at them or that I was the funniest or most entertaining or best or anything like that. I was just dicking around having a good time, saying over-the-top silly things. And as I said, when I was in my earlier days of content creation, I was shocked and blown away that people wanted to see me play stuff. And they wanted to watch my videos. I didn't even understand why. I didn't get it. I thought it was a joke. I treated it as a joke. Let's be honest. I didn't have professional work ethic. I wasn't going crazy, trying to go into these games in depth, doing all the content in them. A lot of times I was just rushing through them to finish them right away and get a playthrough out. You know what I'm saying?
Hi everyone, sorry, just jumping in here while editing because I sort of want to expand on this point a little. Also, yeah, this is like after that being said, 1,000 subscriber special, so it's sort of a bit relevant. It's kind of been on my mind because here Phil has just spoken about being shocked during his earlier days that people wanted to see his footage, and I get that to a point because I think most of us, especially that were on the podcast when we did our first couple of videos or streams, were the same. At least when it comes to Dark Side Phil, we were sort of like shocked that people wanted to watch this content, and it's not a bad thing. I'm not sort of implying just because like Phil's mentioned it, and I'm going, yeah, I don't want to mean I don't want to imply it's a bad thing because it's not. It's a very pleasant feeling. it's weird to describe a shock as nice, because typically a shock carries negative connotations, doesn't it? It implies like a restarting of your system. It's like completely stopping you, and then like making you start up again with a sudden onslaught of new information that you don't really have time to process. So it's I don't want to give it that context. It's actually quite a nice sort of feeling to realize that people want to see what you're doing. They want to see more of your creative output. I think, like I said, most of us there probably did feel that our first couple. I even before I started doing Dark Side Phil videos, when I made video essays, those were just to show the people who I was on the Access course with what my essay writing was like, because we used to talk about each other's writing, and obviously we couldn't like see each other's essays because plagiarism, you know. So we talk about like how we wrote, and I wanted to show him this is how I write. So I made them into video essays, and then when they started getting view counts beyond the couple of people on my Access course, and you know, a couple of friends that might have seen it on Facebook, when they started getting like hundreds of views, those were like, wow, people are watching this. How are people watching this? It's cool. And it felt really cool. So, you know, it is a positive sort of feeling. And I suppose you can be shocked positively, can't you? You can always have good news, like, you know, we're getting married, or, you know, we're expecting a child. You know, I've got the new job, I've just graduated. You know, you can have good news. There's good shocks, but typically the word carries negative connotations, and I just sort of wanted to clear that up because the issue then becomes when Phil goes on to say that he didn't quite understand it, which again is understandable because it is a little hard to sort of work out why. You sort of like look at your video and go, what is it about that people were attracted to, you know? But the thing is that Phil sort of then goes on to say, I thought it was a joke. I treated it like a joke. I didn't have a professional work ethic, you know. And it's not that you need a professional work ethic to be a content creator. It's more that right, how do I put this now? Sorry to be like indulge my narcissistic side and make it about me again, but when I put out my first couple of videos, I wanted to improve on them, you know. And I sort of like I always think I'm only as good as my last video, and I think that I should always try to exceed that. And you know, sometimes that will be the form of I will edit more during it. Other times that will be like I'll do a really, what I think is like a really funny intro. You know, I'll try to make that entertaining. But I'll want to sort of like do something where I can think, yeah, I've done a bit better than the last one. That's as entertaining, if not more so. You know, so for me, there's like a constant drive to improve, and I don't just mean in terms of like getting lights and a better mic and, you know, actually thinking, oh, I can do something with the blackboard behind me. It's like an internal thing as well. It's a case of I want to make better. I just want to keep making better. I like creating in this medium, in this format, and I just like to, you know, keep like finding what I can do in it. You know, sometimes it's just simply a case of using a different transition, or like applying a sound effect at certain points, or, you know, sometimes it is just something simple in the edit, but it's usually a thing that's internal to me. It's not something people will pick up on. But although obviously if you sort of like compare this video to like me first, you'll notice a difference in how things are done. But even like changing the edits so that I'm not like stuck down here now and feels like the rest of the screen but static. It's, you know, like cut edits like that. At first I wanted to avoid them, but now I think it is just easier to cut between clips for me. It also makes things feel a bit more streamlined and that they flow a bit better, because I always feel that way in the edit, and I feel like I've just said streamline and flow better in videos that are like 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 hours. This one's going to be 12 if I don't cut it. Either way, the issue is that like we've all known that Phil was that sort of person. We've all known that Phil didn't give a shit about his content, and he would just rush it out for the views. And he even said then as well, he said he would just rush things out to get a playthrough out. He didn't take it seriously. He thought it was like a joke. He thought he was not being serious about this thing, and he was just doing it for the laughs, or doing it for fun, or doing it for whatever. You know, he didn't think it would become as serious as it is. And I think that this is like it's a revealing comment, but I don't think it's revealing in the way that Phil meant it to be. I don't think Phil intended it to be revealing. I think Phil was just like, look, let's be honest, guys. You know, back then I was a not one. You know, back then I was a dick. I've grown, I've changed, I'm a different person. Back then I was like, oh, I don't give a fuck about my content. But now I've changed and I've grown, you know. But we've all known that that's obviously bullshit coming from Phil, because he still clearly does not give a shit about his content, and he still clearly does not have a professional work ethic. And not that you need a professional work ethic to create content in this manner, but it does help. I mean, if you look at other streamers, typically their videos are in order, which is like one of my biggest. I think it's probably the best way to dissect this, because Phil would probably justify this comment by saying something like, you know, I do have a professional work ethic. I have a schedule, and like I'm updating people about it, and I'm even providing like an audio only version of it. I do a podcast before all my streams, and I also do a daily wrap after my streams. So I'm obviously, you know, I'm creating more stuff, so I'm having to work and be professional about when I do those things. You know, he would find like little examples he could try to pluck out of the air to sort of like say, I've adopted a green screen. No, green screen, of course he's not. I've adopted direct capture, it's the one I'm after. And he would try to find justifications for it, but the fact that he doesn't even set thumbnails or put his videos in order is the biggest evidence against this for me, because
Hey everyone, for the sake of your sanity and mine, because it affects the overall runtime, I've decided to cut this rant because I do have it again in the video itself.
he doesn't care. He does still treat it like a joke. And it's just really been on my mind because, like I said, that Being Said podcast was about celebrating, hey, we've made this content and there's an audience for it, and we really like to do it, so we wanted to give back to the audience. This was a special. There was loads of us there because they were really happy that so many people supported them. They wanted to give back. They wanted to be like, hey guys, thanks for subscribing. Here's a special treat for, you know, the fact that we've reached this milestone. They cared. Everybody on that podcast cares more about their content than Phil. And it's just, it's Freudian, but not in the slip up sort of way. It's more revealing than it intended to be, because I think that aspect of him is still there. I think that still is his dominant approach to content creation. He doesn't give a shit about his channel at all. He doesn't make community posts that are not like voting the poll or guys sport is slow. I know I can't say anything, like half my community posts are, you know, hey guys, the next video's coming. and a picture of like the rendering screen. So can't really comment there, but I do also use all more cat pics because I said I would like put a few more cat pics up. But yeah, I think that aspect of him is still there. I think it's still dominant because he genuinely doesn't care, and I think he is still all about the day one views, despite all the shit he said like previously about, you know, I don't want to be Mr. Views, all that stuff, and about how it's not just about the day one views, it's about, you know, like me loving the game and giving you all like content and, you know, putting out a product and running a successful business and all that stuff. And it's like, again, you don't put your videos in order. It's never the pre-stream podcast first, and then the stream part 1, the stream part 2, the night stream part 1, the night stream part 2, the daily wrap. It's always in a random order that is determined by whichever YouTube finishes processing first. That's the one that goes up. So, you know, I didn't have a professional work ethic. You still don't.
So it's hilarious to me that the original This Is How You Don't Play essentially misses the whole point. Like, yes, you're correct. That is not how you seriously play Metal Gear Solid 2. That's exactly right. That's the point.
He really said that. Yeah, he really said that. I swear. I'm not making it up. Look, you can hear it again. Here, listen.
Actually misses the whole point. Like, yes, you're correct. That is not how you seriously play Metal Gear Solid 2. That's exactly right.
He said that. Just... This isn't why we're here. Why have you not cut, Steve? Why have you not cut? Why is this bit still in?
That was my shtick, is don't play the game well, flub your way through it, but then over the top during it, that was entertaining. That's why people liked my content. The video misses the fucking point entirely.
Oh my god! This is part of it. This is part of it. He's doing this. That is not the... Oh. You know that's not true. You know he's lying there. We've watched it, Phil. We've watched the footage.
That doesn't mean that the video isn't funny.
I know, I should move on. I really should skip, I know. Are you coming up? Yes, it is going to be one of them. I'm sorry. Go on. Oh, well done. The video misses the point. I just can't. Oh my god. I get projecting things onto other people. It is a defense mechanism. It's something that Phil is especially notorious for because he does this quite a lot. But I've never seen him project it onto a video. Because it's not the video that missed the point of the gameplay and the streamer, Phil. It's the streamer that's missed the point of the video and the gameplay the video is showing. We're not even there yet.
Because it is, but it's funny for multiple reasons. If you watch it just on face value, it's funny. But then if you watch it in the perspective of, wow, they totally missed the point of who Darkside Phil was, that's also funny.
Oh
So
my
it's
god!
funny
Oh
how
my! Oh no! No one missed the point of who Darkside Phil was. Nobody missed the point of who Darkside Phil was. I know. I'm sorry. Yeah. We're not even there yet. It's going to be 10 hours, isn't it?
So it's funny on multiple levels, okay? But I've never gone back and watched that video in its entirety at all. I've only seen clips and snippets of it here and there. I know it's in it, but I've never analyzed it or anything like that. So that's going to be what we do on the 20th of August.
All right, quick point, and this is a very quick point. I have nothing to elaborate on here, but he absolutely has seen this. He'll have watched that video so many times. He'll have seen it before, at least once, when it first came out and happened. He'll have watched it. And he'll have watched it since. It will have sat in his mind a few times, and he'll have gone back into it for review, like extra. He'll have hate watched it a couple of times. And like most of his React and special event streams, he'll have pre-screened it. He knew what was in that John Rambo and Howard video. You know, he knew what's in his own Down the Rabbit Hole stream. He planned what was in his cupboard and what he was going to pull out, because he'll have gone through it beforehand to make sure there was nothing truly sort of like personal and revealing and or incriminating in there. So he'll have seen it. He knows what's in it. And his reaction will be as planned as the Howard and Rambo one, which had its own fucking specially made video for him. Couldn't even bother to react to his own reaction. He had somebody else to do it all for him. Fucking hell.
Is on that Saturday, we're going to do a marathon where I react to that thing in depth. You know, I'll be pausing and talking in depth about different things. And
You fucking weirdo. Who does that?
the thing is about Metal Gear Solid 2, quite frankly, I don't even know that much about it. That was the first time I ever played it. I knew nothing about the game at all. All right, I was not an interactive streamer.
Oh my god! The point is, the game tells you how to play it. It tells you how to. The fucking rations bit. Oh my god! It tells you in the menu, on the screen that you are looking at, how to use this item. And you press every button on the controller, but the one you use the item with. And even if that wasn't enough, there's also a facility whereby you can contact other characters in the game and they will explain things to you. They will tell you what an item does and how you use it. They will tell you where you need to go next. They will tell you, here's the boss's weaknesses. This is how you beat him. This boss is afraid of this. This boss does this. This boss will attack like this. This weapon does this. This weapon is found in this part of the arena. I nearly said arena then for some reason. You get what I'm saying? It's not that you were new to the game. Literally everybody who played Metal Gear Solid 2 for the first time had not played Metal Gear Solid before. But they managed to get through it because the fucking game helps you play it. It tells you what you need to know. And you ignored it. How do you miss the point of the fucking... I'm sorry, Jibs. I know. Do you want to, move over here? Because then at least you'll get close to the mic. Some people like the purring ASMR. There you go. He's missed the point of how this is how you don't play. For fuck's sake. Come here. Good girl. Have a lie down. Stop licking the desk. It's now on it. I do like how you sit in front of the notebook, though. I swear you find, every position you need to cause, the maximum disruption to whatever I'm doing. When you sit in front of, the timeline of my files when I'm editing. You'll sit, right in front of, the menu, my game selection screen where all my categories of games are on the left of the screen when it's on Steam. Right now, right in front of me, notebook. Oh, I love you, you know. You're not a daughter, though. We can get into that later. Actually, yeah, I still haven't talked about him in Jasper. I know we haven't. I've just seen it. It's just a great shot. But I haven't talked about how he was with Jasper on the daily wrap that revealed it all. Can I do that now? I can do that now, can't I? It's my own video. I should do it later. It'll probably come up later, won't it? Probably. If it doesn't come up later, then I'll just add it on at the end as a little bonus. Because it needs to be talked about. Not just, No, actually, yeah, it is just because I'm a cat person. It is because I've got a cat of my own. And it is because he's just not a good owner. At all. And it really gets to me. Just in case you didn't know that from the fact that I put 10 minutes of footage of him telling Jasper to shut up and get down and move out of the way. And that was only 2 months worth of footage that I could find in a previous video. So, yeah, you off.
Recording offline, I had zero input on how to play the game. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing or what I was playing. And I sure treated it as such, right? So reacting to the gameplay will be interesting. Reacting to the commentary will be interesting. It's going to be a very interesting event, to say the least. Okay, so that's coming up on August 20th.
I wonder how many hours I'll be able to get out of that. Why do you never learn, Steve?
And I feel then would be the time, if we're going to order a food for like Feasting with the King, that would be that.
The thing about the eating with the king is it's disgusting when people are eating on stream. I don't know. I'm not a fan of mukbangs. I don't get why you would like film yourself, record yourself, stream yourself eating while talking to people. If you're the one who's primarily talking, you know, if you're like the creator, you're like the stream host or the video, you know, for want of a better word, presenter. You know, you're not gonna. You're the one who's going to be talking a lot, so it makes like absolutely no sense to be the one who's eating a lot. Yeah. I'm really sorry for this.
Now, I do have to say something, okay, guys? Here's the deal. Things right now for me are really, really financially tight. All right. Now, I don't want to hear a single fucking word from scumbag idiots who make shit up about me on a regular basis saying Phil blows all his money on this or that and mobile games and this. It's bullshit.
Straight away. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. You left your fucking phone on camera. You did that. You left your phone down here and then you turned your camera down. And your screen was still on. And we could still see what was on that screen. And you recorded yourself, because you're a dick about Jasper, you record yourself like trying to, you know, shush him out of the way, and they'll be like, oh look, Jasper's hosting the daily rap and all that. All you had to do was review your footage. That's all you had to do. I do that. I look over this. I edit this. So I go through it and I find the bits where I fucked up and cut them out. All you have to do is review your footage. If you were an editor, you would know that. Not even more than that. If you gave a single solitary shit about the quality of your product, you would do that. It's not even about being an editor. It's about the care that you have for the content that you are putting out. All you have to do is make sure you don't even make sure your uploads are in order. What you do is you set them all off to go up at the same time. And you fill them all out. And then you just click done. And then that's it. And that's how you end up with stuff like the daily wrap. Ostensibly like the wrap up of the day. At the start of each row of newest uploads. So you get that. And then you probably get the pre-stream. Because that's usually shorter. No, normally there's like a chunk of a stream that's shorter than that. You normally get 50 with the pre-stream with the level 1 podcast. You normally get like an hour and a half to 2 hours, or what we call like a third of a Steve. That just sounds wrong. I'm so sorry. Well, what'll happen is you'll get like a video that's like 7 or 8 minutes, and then you'll get a video that's like 50 minutes, and then you'll get a video that's like an hour and a half, and then you'll get a video that's like an hour and maybe 17 minutes, or maybe 37 minutes, you know, something. So you'll get that. You get that sequence as YouTube is processing and done, because he's just set them all off to go and doesn't give a fuck, to the point that he can't even be asked doing them in order. And that's all led to this. That laziness, that apathy, that lack of care about the way that he makes his money, the thing that he wants to bring people in with, has led him to the point of not giving a shit about what he records. So that when he did leave his phone out and recorded his phone with the screen still available. I remember when it happened and I thought, do you remember when, I don't know, there was that tweet of, we'd been working on this story for months, and then they just tweeted out. I think it was Donald Trump Jr. had like tweeted out some emails or something, or like, yeah, I've been speaking to this guy, here's the email. And like the reporter had been months of work, and he just tweeted it out. I felt like that. That's all I could think of, because it was like all that we've been going through is detractors. All this shit about like working out the lineup, working out like the Discord match, the ID for Discord matches, the profile match, the names match, all that stuff. The fact that the lineup was verified by his phone and you could work that out by calling it and hearing the answer machine message going Philip Burnell in his voice.
Phil Burnell.
All of that. And he fucking recorded his own phone. All that rope. And he finally hung himself. The size of the petard upon which he is hoisted. That level of stupidity. Because you don't get that stupid unless you don't care. If you give a shit about what you're doing, you put effort into it. And that effort requires cognitive work. It requires effort from your brain. So you get better at it because your brain is learning. And it remembers, oh, I do this thing. So next time I do it, it's easier and quicker because I know how to do it. And then not only are you like saving processes and resources there, but you're also freeing them up so that you can do other things. You can learn new skills. You can learn other sort of like, wait, oh, right, okay, this is how I cut things. Oh, this is how I transition between things. Oh, this is how I add that effect. Right, so now I can cut from this one screenshot here. I can cut from like this footage here that's normal to like have it flip and, split like that or cut like that. And then, I can put it all together like this so that as it opens out like that, the one behind it that's coming up it's got a staticky effect on it. It's black and white and it looks like an old TV. It's wow. I have learnt these things. It's so fucking easy. But he doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit. He just upload, open 4 tabs on YouTube, upload the daily wrap. There's the pre-stream podcast, there's the first stream, and there's the second stream. And then fill in the details for all of them, and then press click, 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 click. In fact, no, fill it in 1 click, fill it in the second click, fill it in the 3rd click, fill in the 4th click, and then he fucks off to play champ. In fact, he doesn't even fuck off to play champ. Before that, this was the daily wrap. This was the daily wrap, and he hadn't even gotten to the point where he'd finished making his content for the day, and he's playing it. He was playing it between finishing his last stream and setting up to record this. He'll have finished the last stream, closed everything, made sure the camera was off, made sure the mic was off, ended the stream, gotten up, gone for a piss or a shit, then he'll have opened it. And he'll have started playing, and he'll have come back, and Jasper will have been in his seat, and he'll be like, oh, Jasper's in my seat. Oh, I know what I'll do. That'll be funny for the daily wrap. And yeah, I can film it like, yeah, okay, great, yeah, I'll go and put that down there, and then make sure that's shot there, great, yeah, check. Did he even do that? He just turned it down. Did he even check like that? Check, make sure all that. Nope, just put his phone down, turn that down. Jasper, oh, come on, Jasper. Well, it looks like you're hosting the wrap for today, so blah, blah, blah. He was playing then. He didn't even get to finishing and uploading everything and being lazy about that. Oh, wow. This is all coming out. There wasn't, that being said, that I was on in between it happening and now. So I couldn't get all of this out. So... Oh my god. Oh my god. Right, I need to go tell someone that I'm free. It was a messaging. It may can't last. Or was it all? But either way, I'll let them know I'm free on Sunday. Fucking hell, Phil. Fucking hell. We are here. And he said, 2 sentences? That's the end of the first sentence. I don't care about that. It's bullshit. Straight away, we are here. He's literally telling us what you saw in that video is bullshit. If anybody tries to claim that is champions, it's bullshit. Even though I recorded it, it's on my phone. You can see the screen. People have put together the screen from the game onto his phone, and it matches, that's bullshit. We are here. He is trying to get us to question the validity of our own thoughts, our perceptions of reality. He is doing that. And I remember when I started, shortly after I started doing these things, these videos, and I remember somebody asked me about a comment that had been made on the farms about whether, like, using terms like this when it comes to Phil is, like, whether it's unwise, whether it's bad, because it sort of, like, makes what Phil does seem more serious. Because normally these are serious things that are seen in far more serious contexts, like intimate partner violence. And so it's... I remember that discussion, and I remember thinking that, yeah, they have a point, but at the same time, these are still the same mechanics. This is still technically what he's doing. It's not necessarily in an intimate partner violence setting, but it is still the same basic thing, you know. It also happens in cults. It's also how cults, like, break people down to begin with. This is a way of this is basically how you break down somebody. You know, this is how you break down somebody's personality and psyche so that you can then rebuild them in a way that suits you best. And cults do this as well. So I get that it felt like an overwhelming thing at the time, but like as right here and now I can think of nothing else. It is this. He is literally telling you that what you saw didn't happen and is bullshit. He's literally telling you that thing that everybody's saying is, you know, everybody's saying this thing is the champions. It's bullshit. And it's clearly Champions. It's clearly him playing it on his phone. And I can't think of anything but this. It's what it is. So, one sentence in. I hope you can all free up 10 hours. About an hour and a half, 2 hours in. I hope you can all free up the remaining 8.
Okay? It's fucking bullshit. It always was, it always has been, it always will be.
Oh! Oh, he's doing it. He's still... Oh! Wait, where have I heard that before? Bullshit then. Bullshit now. Bullshit forever. Say it for right, did I cut that there? Say it, did I stopped that. I think he's about to say bullshit.
Bullshit.
Yes, that was right. I don't know what this is. This feels like the wrong way to go about handling this issue. Of course, it's Dark Side Phil, so of course it's going to be the wrong way of going about handling this issue. But oh my god. I want to keep it light and bouncy like that because I'm feeling that this is hilarious, but at the same time part of me is going, this is an abusive thing. This is an abusive thing. Imagine watching this person and being in his group. Imagine being in his audience. This is abusive. He's trying to abuse you into believing what he's saying and not what literal recorded evidence suggests. You know, the video literally shows the champion's screen on his phone and he is telling you it is bullshit. This is abusive stuff. Like, both in terms of the, like, creator audience relationship, that interaction that you have as a streamer with your audience as they, you know, interact with you and you know, they suggest things to you and tell you things and ask you questions and, you know, you respond and you react and you answer that. Both in terms of that and in terms of the wider, like, DSP and everybody else, you know, DSP in the group, his fans as a group and how he is with that. So I don't know why I keep doing this. I'm trying to suggest like the idea of like the wider group of DSP's audience and how he is, how this is abusive in that way as well. That's the cult, and the relationship between the individual and Phil is the sort of like not intimate, but that's the personal one. That's the personal level, and you've also got the more macro level of the audience as a whole. So they're both it's abuse in both. It's literally telling your audience, fucking ignore everybody else. Also ignore that video that I uploaded to my own channel, and is still on my channel as of this recording anyway. Although I suppose at this point you are basically pinned in now. You can't delete that either. Deleting that is acknowledgement of it having that in it. You wouldn't delete it otherwise. You infamously don't delete anything. So you just copyright strike everybody else. Not the video, not the time. I just can't. Oh my god, we are literally just starting this, and he's already telling you it's bullshit. And oh god, it's going to get worse. Go on, Steve. Let's try to keep it light at least.
This month, things are tight for me. That means with these special events, I don't have unlimited budget to be blowing money on food and stuff. That's what I mean.
Oh, he's not. Oh, he's not turning this into a beg already. Oh my god. Oh my god, you are literally having to do this because the reason why money is so tight for you has just been exposed to the world. And you told everybody to ignore it, and they didn't. People didn't. People have kept doing this. That bloke who kept changing his name has done this. People have trolled him. People have sent him tips and chats, or what he calls trolling anyway, but asking him questions. People have kept that pressure on him, so he's having to do this now. This is why we're here. This is why this has all happened. This is the final word, the final word on Keemstar, or the final word on John and Howard. This is the final word on Champions. So, we're having to do this. We've been forced into this position, and he hopes that this is it. This is going to be you will accept this. That's why it's the final word. You will accept this from his perspective. You will accept this. No more questioning of it after this point. And he's making it about money. Literally filmed and uploaded the evidence that proves the accusation that he spends over $40,000 a year on this game. And he started it off by telling you that it didn't happen. And then immediately gone into money is tight. There are televangelists that aren't this, fucking, I'm trying to think, it's not auspicious or ostentatious. I feel like it's an O word. Audacious. There are televangelists that show more restraint than this. Oh my god. What the fuck? What the fuck am I in for?
Actually, when I bought that Indian food for the closet clean out this last Saturday, I was like, oh shit, I probably shouldn't have spent that much. That was a lot of money.
Bro, you got over $250 for that. It was $270 for opening your cupboard and going, oh look, there's an Xbox I haven't taken out of its box because Machinima sent it to me, and now it's really rare, and it's probably one of only maybe 2 or 3 left in the world. Let's open it. Oh, I found this limited edition GTA collector's thing with this actual hat. Let me open it up and put it on my greasy fucking forehead and let it soak in all the grease from my hair at the back. Well, there's not that much left at the back to soak in now, is there? But and you're like, oh, I spent too much on a curry. How much are you spending on a curry?
Actually, when I bought that Indian food for the closet clean out this last Saturday, I was like, oh shit, I probably shouldn't have spent that much.
How much are you spending on a curry where you're like, oh, that was a bit too much for me. I might not be able to pay a bill. Fuck. oh, I spent too much on a curry. But let's like forget about the fact that I made $270 after eating that curry. Money is tight. The shamelessness. The shameless. This is. They feel like new levels for Phil. They feel like things are getting worse. And I know I said that things would get worse as things went on, but this feels like it's too. It's escalating too fast. Something has to be going on. I feel like something's going on behind the scenes to sort of prompt all this stuff. He has the patience to sit it out. He would have, because obviously, like, trying to get him to actually deal with it involves trying to get him to actually do something. So, you know, unless you're Slayer and you offer him $50, he's probably not going to do it for you. So, I feel like his intention was to wait it out. The same way he waited out mentioning that photo. When that photo was leaked, and, you know, people were like, oh my God, look at the state of Cat. He didn't really address that at all. He just waited it out. And then the next thing came along anyway, and we all focused on that. So that might have been Keemstar. Keemstar, ironically, saved him there because he took all the focus off that photo. So I feel like his intention was to just wait it out, but something must have pushed him to deal with it, and it's really wound him up. I think it was her. Do you think it was her going like, right, you fucking sort this out now? You fucking sort this out now. It's coming down like, oh, we've not made that much today. The support has been low. I've just literally come off a daily wrap where I've gone, people aren't supporting this fucking new game, even though they asked me for 4 years to play this game. Even though it's new. For some reason. And she's like, you are not getting away with that. You fucking sort this shit out now. I am not having that. You will continue to provide it for me in the manner to which I have become accustomed. You are my husband. You will continue to treat me like the goddess that I am. Now order me more DoorDash and move out of the way. I can't see what realm of Skyrim I'm in. Fucking attacked by the Nords now, you... Fuck off. Go deal with the cat. Put him in his box and take him upstairs. I genuinely wonder if she has. Because... it feels like something's going on behind the scenes that's stressing him. Maybe the bills are encroaching. Maybe it is life and the inefficiencies of the inadequacies and failing inefficiency of his coping methods to sort of like push all that away and live in his comfortable delusion of success. Maybe it's his parents are saying like, no, stop ringing us, we're fed up, we're not going to give you more money. Every time he rings and he asks for money and they're going, no, this time no. Maybe they're saying no more and more. Maybe he's getting more and more bills that he's just like, I can't do it. Maybe it's the Scopely 6-star thing and suddenly all that money he's put into the game so far is worthless because now he's not going to be able to achieve his precious 99%, 100% win rate because his entire deck is now worthless because they're only 5-star. They're not 6-star anymore. So all it takes is one bloke with a 6-star card to come around and he's lost. So maybe it's that. Something's pushing him. Something's pressuring him. It could be all of them. Either way, this feels like an extreme. This feels like he's reached an extreme. This is a really extreme response to something. It doesn't even have to be that big. The issue is that his reactions are becoming more and more extreme to... like relatively not tamer, but they're becoming more and more disproportionate. His reactions are becoming more and more disproportionate to the input or the stimulus that provokes the reaction. So, if somebody says something, he might snap harder, for example. But here, this feels like the same sort of thing. It's an overreaction to something you could have dealt with easily. But then again, that's Phil, innit? So it feels like something's pressuring him. He's struggling now under the strain of everything about his situation. And I don't mean to say that in a sympathetic way. Because all of this is his own fault, remember? We would not be here if he could tell the truth about a fucking mobile game.
A lot of money that I just dropped on that. And, I'm trying my best to make ends meet and afford everything.
Oh,
I'm
fuck
actually-
off. No, you're not. No, you're not. How dare you have the gall to say that here and now in this of all videos? How fucking dare you? There is one incredibly easy way that you can help make ends meet, and it is by not logging in for a fucking day. You have not missed a logging day for over 4.5 years. His logging streak is longer than the number of days that Cat has lived with him. That is fucking phenomenal, that. In all that time, he has not missed a single day. He will have logged in multiple times per day, but he has always logged in at least once per day since before Cat lived with him. Since before Cat moved in, he was already logging into this game daily. And he sits there and says, I am trying to make ends meet. I am moving the other arm this way.
nervous because in about a week's time, I got those 2 big bills every month, my internet bill and my condo dues. And I don't even know if I'm going to have enough between now and then.
Fucking budget. I guess tomorrow's your day off. Like, something else that's going to piss me off is about to happen, isn't it? But just fucking budget. You know when you get your payment from YouTube. What about all them super chats that helped last month, Phil? What about those subs, those gifted subs from last month? Where are they? Oh, we know where they are. You filmed and uploaded the daily wrap that showed where they went.
Like I've tomorrow's my day off. I gotta spend money then on things that we're doing.
Fuck 'em, right. I can't. I just can't. You don't love each other. You're not even husband and wife. You just live together. She doesn't even come out with you to the shop anymore. I get that, you've got to buy food and pet stuff. Speaking of which, when I go to a dedicated pet store, can't you get, like, cat food and litter at supermarkets? I'm assuming, like, Walmart would sell cat litter and cat food. Just do it while you're getting the rest of your groceries. That's what I do. I mean, him as a pet owner. Later on, Steve. Because this is about the money. This is about the having to spend money. This is about that I can't even go for a walk with my wife. I can't even throw together a romantic picnic. I can't even take my wife to an art gallery, or take her for a walk through the park, or a nice hike through the woods or the mountains. I can't take my wife out for a drive to the beach. Actually, I don't know how far away from the beach he is. I can't plan a day out with my wife without money. And that money will be spent on food. And if you fucking dare say, I deserve the one meal out a week, you fucking dare, Phil. Shinko, I don't think I've done enough. I think I'm going to need more.
Things for around the house, grocery shopping, etc. All right, then I basically have a week to raise enough funds, not only for those bills, but then my next day off in about a week's time.
Oh, fucking
And then
God,
after that,
how do you have so many bills? How are they all spread out? This is the most taxed man in the world. How? All that money that you were going to make in that week, you're not going to spend because you're not going out anywhere. the maths is Piece's speciality, and I am too GLAZEd for this. But the unwillingness, it's not the inability. It's not the inability to budget. It's the unwillingness. Just like when narcissists have empathy. It's not the inability to feel it. It's the unwillingness to feel it. It's this here. I need to remember this. It's not the inability to budget. It's the unwillingness. He is lazy, and doing work not only taxes him mentally, but it also taxes him physically, and it also takes away time that he could be spent playing WWE champions. Sorry, he could be spending your money playing WWE champions. It takes away time that he could be spending somebody else's money. You got my point. It's the unwillingness to do it, Phil. That's your issue. That's your issue with everything. The unwillingness to do it. And it leads you here. The little effort you could have spent instead of all this, you know? He could have adapted into being a WWE champion streamer like a year ago. And he'd probably be doing a lot better. He'd be feeling better mentally because he wouldn't have to hide all this. And he'd probably be doing better financially because there'd probably at least be some people who were stuck around not caring anyway. And then you probably pulled in a few more people because, hey, you're playing a game you actually like. And you're coming across better for it because you're actually playing a game for fun rather than through obligation. So people are going to be like, right, well, this guy's streaming champions and I've always wanted to see what it is. You know, there's a group for champions. There's a community for champions. Like any game, there's an audience for it. So you probably could have attracted a new audience there and you'd be feeling better. And it'd slide into your rotation like Friday Night Champions or whatever, you know? And he'd probably be doing much better. But that little effort at the start, that little hit right there, but no, we are at this point now where he's had to deal with this because he filmed his own fucking evidence and uploaded it to his own fucking channel. All because he didn't want to shift the cat out of the way. Because he doesn't like the cat either. She's asleep like right here next to me. It's like literally just... Right. I'm not going to touch her. I'm not going to lie. But... Oh, you're the architect of your own downfall because of your unwillingness to put in effort. Unless you are forced to. That's why we're here. That's what's led us to this point now. If you'd have just been truthful, if you'd have just been honest, none of this. None of all of this. Alright, yeah, we would still laugh at you for being stupid and wasting your money, but, you know, you'd have been open about it and honest about it, so no one would have given anywhere near as much of a shit, but you've now led it to the point where multiple detractors are going to be making multiple videos about it. I'm going to be making multiple hour-long videos about it. Hopefully just the one, but I can see this coming back again later. So, yeah. All because he can't be arsed. All because he's lazy. All because he's unwilling to put in work or effort. He's scared of it and he doesn't want to do it. So... Nah, he's not. I'm not going to put in work.
Got events coming up, right? Then we've got...
I wonder who's got a lot of events coming up in the next few months.
The closet clean out event. Then we've got this marathon coming up.
Oh, and it needs to clean out. The clean out. The fact that there's another clean out. Pay me to do my own cleaning. Oh, God. Oh, God, there's still all that to go as well, isn't there? I've still got to do that. How do you fuck up this much? How are you at this point when you're 40 years old and you're hyping up that you're going to move some shit out of your closet? It's no wonder I'm talking for hours about a fucking mobile game. Oh my god. Genuinely struggling to put into words just how fucked up it is. Like psychologically, I genuinely sometimes, like, people sometimes say you would make a great, like, subject for a paper or a dissertation, and I agree, like, 100% he would. And people do recommend that I be the one that do it, and, you know, I am flattered. I do think about it a lot. It's an idea I kick about far too much in my head, but I think I'd struggle so much to, like, adequately describe just how psychologically fucked up all of this is. Like Darkside Phil as a whole, and everything that Darkside Phil entails, all of the stuff, the incident, the 11-year-old girl, then, you know, I would have in real life if she'd spoken to me like that, and the fucking, the bankruptcy call, and the, could you repeat that please? WWE Network, and oh my god, that as well. Later. But all of it, everything. This is how you don't play. The Sons of Kojima, the Esco, all of this stuff that encapsulates Darkside Phil and his existence online. I feel I would fail to fully, like, properly, appropriately convey just how psychologically fucked up it is. It's like, it reaches a point where it's like, oh, you're being silly now. It's like, I've not even finished. We've still got like another 6 years to go before he starts streaming. Fuck. Come on.
You know what I'm saying? So I basically have to see what I can afford. All right. And so what I'm basically trying to tell you this is, you know, coming up with these events, I might not be able to go crazy with the food and stuff.
Oh my god. Wait, am I not even... Wait, was that it? Was that whole... No, that can't have been it. That little... And by the way, it's all bullshit, don't ignore it. But anyway, guys, I'm really skint this month. That can't have been it. No, that's not it. That's not it at all. We're building up. We're taking a break. You know what Phil's like. He's any moment to beg. You know, any opportunity to remind you of, like, how financially difficult his life is. We're not done here, are we? We're not.
All right, I want you to understand that. Especially because now I'm doing multiple events. It's not like, oh, Phil's doing one a month. I'm doing a closet clean out. Then I'm doing This Is How You Don't Play React. Then the Ninja Turtles collection comes out later in the month. And for that first weekend of September, I was planning on doing like a pizza party celebration.
Oh my god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god. Right, okay, the thing is, you're 40 years old. He's 40 years old. He's 40 years old. And he's like, his special event is going to involve him reading the Domino's menu and then tell him chat, like, you know, tell me what toppings to get. A fucking pizza party at 40. Like you do them when you're kids. Don't you, like, stop doing them when you stop being like a 13-year-old? Isn't that like the point where you know, like, sleepovers are supposed to stop happening and you're supposed to, like, just start doing, like, a bit more grown up stuff? You know, it's like, I can see, like, throwing an ironic one every now and then. Like, by the time Kat was doing the 90s themed murder mystery, so we were all in, like, 90s high school sort of dress up, and, you know, it was pizza there. That, you know, ironically, I can see it, you know. And I say that as someone who loves pizza, and, you know, like, if it was my 40th and they're like, hey, we're going to pizza party, I'm like, all right, no, that feels a bit too much, but I get why you would. So, you know, I do appreciate that. But fucking hell. He's doing it at 40. Like, this is his genuine idea. He legitimately, it's not ironic. He legitimately thinks it's a good idea. Because, hey, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh, Michelangelo and pizzas. Hey, am I right? You remember, you know, fellow millennials? Like, if his audience are at least a generation, if not more, younger than him, are they going to give as much of a shit about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles as he does? I mean, I know there's been like a couple of new series since like the classic, the classic. I'm sounding like him now. It's like the 80s and 90s one I remember as I was a kid, around the same time as Phil. And then I know that there's been like one or two new ones since. But are they that big amongst like younger people? Is he really trying to? Are they going to be like, oh, great, Phil's having a pizza party, and oh my god, this is so sad. See, this is why I think I'd struggle. He's 40 years old, and he's recommending as like a special event that he plays Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and orders pizza for a weekend. And you can join in too. Oh my god. This isn't why we're here, Steve. You know, there's going to be something about champions coming up. Come on.
That's all, money spent every week. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're not the only one, though. That's the thing. That's the real thing that pisses me off. You're not the only one who has bills and has to pay for things, for fuck's sake. So that most people, like, somehow manage on less because they don't have a bunch of people that they can lean and apply psychological pressure on to come by the stream and give them money because support has been low.
So, if you guys can support in any way, please do. And thank you for that.
Oh my god, he's really doing it. He did turn it into a bag. He literally started this off by going, guys, the evidence that you've seen that shows that I have been spending thousands upon tens of thousands of dollars of your money, which I told you I needed to help pay my bills, on a fucking mobile game. You know all that evidence? Fucking ignore it. It's bullshit. But while you're here, I am a bit skint. Fucking... Oh my god. I'm feeling like before the end of this stream, I'm going to like fling my glasses to my desk in exasperation and they're going to crack. He really turned it into a bag. He really did that. He really fucking did that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Are you stirring down there? Yeah. Okay, twitching, right. She twitches in her sleep sometimes. Actually, quite cute. I'll put in a short clip here to cover for this transition because I'm about to go for a break because I need to digest that. He just did that. Wow. Yeah.
Right, let me move it out of your way. It's a cup of tea. You don't want that. I know it is milking, but you know, you don't want it. Trust me. It's also still really hot, so I've just made it. I still don't quite know how to process it, but ultimately I suppose it doesn't really matter at this point, does it? It's DSP. He's so used to just sort of throwing that in anywhere. There isn't really a conversation that you could have with him that wouldn't involve that at any point. You know, there isn't, like, you couldn't ask him about something, and he wouldn't be able to find a way to make it into a begment. You know, he wouldn't be able to find a way to pull in the fact that he's, you know, got no money and he's got bills coming up, and you know his day off is soon as well. So guys, you could really do with some help with that. You could ask him anything, and he'd be able to turn it to that at some point. So I don't suppose it's that surprising that he did. But it is quite audacious nonetheless, because most of us just wouldn't. It's like getting caught by your partner in bed with someone else and saying, I'm not cheating on you, but can we have that talk about the threesome? Because I think I know someone who'd be up for it, and, you know, I just want to get, you know, your blessing as well before I invite them round. It's something that's like outside the expected normal scope of a situation. You wouldn't take the opportunity in your addressing this huge revealing piece of evidence that proves you've been lying about where your money goes to ask for more money. Like, normally, socially, it's not acceptable. There we go. Bingo, the light. It's not socially acceptable for normal people who socialise. And here we have the literal antithesis, of socialising. We have a man whose only socialisation is either his housemate, who he pretends who is his wife legally, his legal wife, or this group of vulnerable people who are not socially equipped enough to have picked up on DSP shit by this point. So you have an abnormal socialization opportunity here, or you have these abnormal socialization opportunities here. And it's not abnormal because, you know, his chat, but it's because it's his chat. They're not people physically in the same room as him talking face to face. He's interacting with them through chat. So he's not only not being able to socialize with the individuals, but with them as a whole, because they're not talking to him. They're typing a comment and, you know, pressing enter, and he's reading it and being able to plan out in advance his response. So, of course, it wouldn't occur to him that it's so unbelievably cheeky to be, oh, by the way, your support helps because I've got a day coming off next week. During this time when you're addressing this. So it's just that even that's about his socialization is amazing to me. It really is. So let's carry on. I hope you enjoyed that brief clip of the cat twitching in her sleep as well.
But please understand that it's not like I'm really right now. It's so tight. Everything is so tight. I gotta basically kind of be cutting back. So
Yeah. You fucking well do. You're spending like 40 grand on a mobile game. Of course, you're having a fucking cutback. It's a great way to save yourself $40,000 a year. Delete that fucking app. It's a great way to save yourself $40,000 a year. Not log in every day for 4 fucking years. It's the gall. It's the actual gall of him at this moment. Phil, you're done. Champions is done. You really can't deny this. It's undeniable. You did it. You recorded that video. That was Champions on your phone. You are playing that game. All of that shit is true. This... I want to see how he denies this. I want to see how he denies... I have a feeling.
take a look at these events, and I'm like, shit, I just can't go crazy. I can't order as much as I usually would. We got to cut back. Then we got to cut back.
Right, like even separate from all of the Champions stuff, you really were trying to save money. You don't cut back, you cut it out. You don't think, oh, I'll order less. You think, I won't order at all because I'm trying to save fucking money. Like, you know, when I was at work, you'd eat out a lot because, you know, you could afford to, like, pick up the, you know, you could pick up a pizza or a burger, or, you know, you could stop by at the chippy, or, you know, if you felt like it, you could have a curry. Friday night curries at work were great because there was a couple whose relatives owned a curry house. And so we place an order with them, and then we get the curry. And we get it later, because obviously it's like, usually around 2 o'clock in the morning we were eating. So, you know, it was always a good thing for us, because it meant a place was open somewhere. So otherwise you'd be ordering at like 10 and praying that somewhere stayed open. So, you know, but also outside of that, socially, you could pick it up because, you know, disposable income. But that stopped when I'd lost my job. You know, when I'd taken redundancy and left. Eat out nowhere near as much as that. You know, I picked one takeaway a week, and even that's normally just chips and gravy. And I'm not lying to my fans about it. In fact, fuck it, I'm not even charging you all to pay for it, like, to watch me eat it. Someone donate like £2.50 so I can go and get chips and gravy. You know, like, film myself eating it and edit it together. Put it up point. Fuck, where is this one gonna go? Because again, I feel like this has got to be preamble. This is just the audacity of him to like front load all this with this preamble anyway, considering the content of the subject that we're discussing. But that he's like, because I know it's going to be this. I just don't know how.
All right, this is how it is, you know. And again, I apologize. I like doing as much as I can for you guys, and going all out on these events is fun, but I can only do what I can afford, right? So, you know, that's life right now. Things will likely get better. You know, they will. Things are going to pick up. There's going to be new games, new releases, more hype around here about the stuff.
God, I even mentioned it before. All these new games are going to save the stream, and, you know, yet the stream still needs saving. And just even then, that little, like, you know, I can only do so much. I can't go all going all out is fun, but, you know, I can only do what I can afford. That's like a passive aggressive, like, dig at his fans to pay more. Like, if you paid a bit more, I'd be able to go all out more. I love going out, you know, going all out with you guys, and, you know, I love ordering loads of different foods to try for you guys, and, you know, but I can only do that if I can afford it. So, you know, if you want to see me having so much fun, and you know, you want to have that so much fun with me as I spend your money on the food that I'm eating and describing to you as flavorful and or robust. Pay up. Again, the audacity of it at this time when we're talking about this, when we're talking about fucking champions, the audacity of him.
Right now, it's kind of a dead summer. We all know that. All right? Things are going to get better. Inflation's eventually going to end, too.
Oh! While I don't doubt that inflation is, you know, obviously high, and it's obviously having an impact on a lot of people, doubtless it's had an impact on some of the people that'll, you know, be otherwise would be supporting him more often or in greater volume. But yeah, Phil, it's inflation that's doing it.
I was actually just speaking with my wife this morning about everything, and I'm like, you know, we haven't gone to Costco in like years. All right, we used to go to Costco all the time. For those who don't know, Costco is a wholesale club here in the United States. You do have to pay a yearly membership fee, but once you pay the fee, they sell things in there in bulk that are huge savings. So I'll give you some perspective here. Right now, if I go to the grocery store and I will need to buy toilet paper, okay, you could buy a pack of toilet paper, but it's going to cost you anywhere from like probably $15 to $20 for a good sized pack of toilet paper. Okay, and that's probably like 16 rolls. All right, if you go to Costco and you buy toilet paper, you can probably spend $20 and, no exaggeration, get 3 times as much toilet paper as at the grocery store. Okay,
Yeah, that's why it rules. That's why Costco's amazing. Why wouldn't you be doing that all the time if you're trying to save money? It's a value thing, isn't it? It has to be a value thing because he sees value in the value that things are seen to have. Basically, his measure of value is how expensive something is. The more expensive something is, the better. So, not only is he obviously the sucker that was born at that minute, but he's somebody who, when given the option of, look, here's like, say, $400, and you can either go and get, you know, all your groceries at a, you know, wherever they go, like Fred Meyer, or you can go to Costco. For British detractors, it would be like back in the 90s when, you know, there was that kid in school who went to Aldi and who wore Dunlop or Lidl, you know, they went to Lidl or Aldi. They wore Dunlop trainers or Gola, you know. Whereas nowadays, no one gives a fuck if you go to Lidl or Aldi, but it's that same basic principle. These things are seen as lesser because they cost less. And these things are seen as better because they cost more. And that's basically Phil's prime view of everything. He's never evolved past that view. And he's never learned to sort of like really appreciate value for money because he's always had excess money. So he's never had to worry about making it stretch. So he's always been able to afford the more expensive stuff. That's why he buys so many limited editions. He had even the fucking Sonic collection. Sonic! The 4 Sonic games from the Mega Drive and CD era. And he bought the special edition of it because it came with like the coins that he used to retry the special stages. It's that game's equivalent of save states, I guess, because if it hadn't been for them, he'd never have gotten like all the Chaos Emeralds in one go. Actually, past Steve, I think you'll find they're called gems, not emeralds.
but to get these gems, see the gem right there? 3 gems down. That's 3 gems down. I believe we need 1 more of the time gems. Yeah, I think the time gems makes more sense. I didn't get the gem, but how the fuck am I ever supposed to get the last gem? I'm gonna have to try to get the last gem on the next level. Dude, I'm not gonna be able to get the 7 time gems. You wanted to get the time gems? I don't need to get time gems. I got all the time gems. I absolutely have gotten all the gems and gone supersonic in this game before. Doing good. We're doing good on the gems. One more gem to go. I'm happy we got all the gems. So they've always been called emeralds except for Sonic CD, right? In Sonic CD, they're called time gems. But every other game, they've always been chaos emeralds, right? I already got all the gems. We could just kind of enjoy the game to the end.
Also, I haven't forgotten about the time that you said that you're going to nick all the Fox's chunky cookies. So, you know. Fuck you, past Steve. So, he sees value in things being expensive or rare. You know, the collector's edition, limited editions, collector's editions, or, you know, the most expensive brand of a thing. It won't be like cheap gin, it will be Tanqueray, you know, or it will be an equivalent. He won't have like, cheap whiskey or cheap rum. He'd have like really expensive brands. And I know that at points, you know, if you're like, say, for example, if you really enjoy whiskey, and there's nothing wrong with like spending a lot on a particularly nice whiskey, because you're going to enjoy that thing for the value of it, because the fact that it's expensive means that it's going to be, you know, usually nice. Usually more expensive whiskies and things are nice, but you're going to be enjoying it on that level because you're a connoisseur of that particular thing, and in other places in your life you will strive to save money elsewhere so that you can have those nice little treats, you know.
So initially, do you have to spend that money for the yearly membership? You do, but you save a ridiculous amount of money on these commodity style purchases.
Oh, stop saying style. Stop adding it to every. I need to pig go it. I need to pig go it. It's going up. It's going to be one of them where it's like, whoosh, isn't it? I'm assuming because there's that weird plummet, so I'm assuming something's happened there where a bunch of DSP's videos have either disappeared or not been archived properly, or they're not being searched properly, because that dip, I've seen that so much in Pig Go results. That comes up so many times around that area. But that's... a pattern has established itself there. It's a pattern that's growing exponentially. Even that I could say so much about. His vocabulary. This sort of thing. This is indicative of a shrinking vocabulary. This is a vocabulary that is not expanding to encompass new words and absorb new knowledge and be able to use a wider variety of descriptive terminology when, you know, trying to articulate and ejaculate upon how well a particular thing is or how you are feeling. That's a stretch for that one. Fuck. But yeah, even that is intellectual. The lack of intellectual curiosity is intellectual deadness. He doesn't even like learn new words. He just has to like commodities style. What commodity style? Commodities. They're just commodities. You don't need to do that. Or you could say, if you wanted to, your daily essentials. Things like toilet roll, cleaning products, things that are daily essential, you know, things that are essential in the household that you might use daily, for example. Fucking read more. None of this happens because he spends so much time playing WWE champions. That's why he has no other hobbies. And when you ask him, what are you, you know, do you like this thing? Or have you ever done this thing? Or if you have any interest in doing that thing? No. Because he's too busy playing champions to lie about it properly. So it's easy to just go, no, I don't do that. That was one of my favourite things to do in that video. About, I think it was the Translator one. When I did the one where it's like, you know, Kat and Phil. Phil, do you like this? Phil, do you like that? Phil, do you like this? No. Phil, do you like that? No. What's your favourite game Oh, I don't know. What's your favourite book? Oh, I don't know. What's your favourite movie? Oh, I don't know. Do you ever play this? Oh, I don't know. What's your favourite football team? Oh, I don't know. That one. That was my favourite thing because you could just go to Pick Go and plug in any hobby. Any at all. You could plug in like fishing or woodworking or fucking yoga or, well, actually yoga might have a skewed result now. If it's prefaced by the letters D, D and P. But anything you could think of, and you'd find a clip of him going, no, I have no interest in that. I don't do that. It's not a hobby of mine. Because he spends all his days playing champions. That's all he does. Nothing else. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's killed his curiosity. Whatever, like, brief flickering flame in the vast howling wilderness of DSP's mind was still burning a curious light. It's been snuffed out by champions because it's all he does.
If you get them at a place like that. The problem is I stopped going. Like, we were going regularly and saving money there all the time, and then the pandemic hit. And when the pandemic hit, everything was closed, everything was limited, everything was risky, wait in line. Costco was slammed. During the pandemic, that's where people were going to try to get their stuff for the house because everywhere else people had been hoarding and everything was sold out. So things were coming into Costco. There were lines around the fucking building. So we haven't actually been to Costco in like a year and a half.
Does he know that lockdowns ended about a year and a half ago? Because it might be that. He'll pay, won't he? He'll have paid. That subscription will still have been going. For a year and a half, he's not used the Costco card, but he's fucking paid for it. It's another subscription you could throw on the pile. Why would you not? I have doubts that he went regularly before the pandemic. But the fact that he had a card and hasn't used it for a year and a half, yet still paid the subscription for it. It's fair enough, nobody could use it during the pandemic, but still. At a point when you're trying to save money, when you're talking about how tight money is, things have gotten so bad, you're having to consider Costco. Is this to emphasize? Is this his build-up or something? He's talking about money for a reason. Is this to emphasize that money is so tight, I can't possibly be playing champions? If it is, I'm going to be so disappointed in you, Phil.
I think once we walked in there over a year ago. So I haven't renewed my membership or anything. So I was talking with Kat. I was like, what we really need to do is we need to go to Costco. And even though it's expensive, we need to renew our membership. And even though right now I know we can't afford to buy everything, we need to basically just, once a week, whenever we need, we need toilet paper this week, don't buy it at the grocery store. Go to Costco that week and buy it there. And even though it'll be $5 more than the grocery store, you're getting 3 times as much, and now we don't have to buy it as much. You see?
He's 40 years old. And he's talking like he's just realised that. This is like when he just realised that he sounds quieter the further he is from the mic.
So there was a few times when during the marathon event, I got up and I walked to the closet and I was talking and I thought you guys could hear me. Then I watched the video back. You can't hear me at all. Like, apparently the microphone setup is so good that you guys can barely hear anything. And I never knew that. I never knew how well it is at noise dampening. You can hear me really well if I'm facing the mic, right? Now, what if I do?
All right, guys. I think I'm just gonna call it here because he's not doing anything. He's not doing anything. He's not talking about anything. He's not being funny. He's not saying anything worth me commentating on. I'm just wait. Steve says no. Wait. This is the best bit. Okay, I'm gonna take your word for it, Steve. I'm gonna take your word for it. Wait, hold on. Wait. Steve says. Okay. This is on you, Steve.
this. If I'm doing this and I'm talking, can you guys even hear me?
Yes.
Can you make out a word that I'm saying, or does it sound so muffled?
No, I can hear
have
you.
No idea what I'm saying right now.
No, I can hear you.
How did that sound?
I was able to hear you.
You can still hear, but it's way less clear. It's muffled.
It's muffled.
See? It sounds like I'm sitting in a toilet. It sounds like I'm far away. I haven't even moved. I haven't even moved. I'm sitting in the same spot. But you see that the mic, I had no clue. The microphone sounded so different.
Yes, you did.
And then if I get over here and I'm in the closet, you can't hear me at all. Like there was one time, there was a big stack of the hard drives that I stored my videos on, and they fell over and smashed my foot, and I screamed out, oh shit, that's not good. I don't know if I broke them. And I went back to the video. You can't even hear it unless you pump the volume to maximum on the video. You can't even hear me.
What the fuck?
So anyway, that was something interesting that I learned. So as of today, immediate changes. So a few extra things were added in the background.
What?
Which is nice.
Hold on.
I'm thinking about switching out Connor for something else. I'm not sure what.
What?
We didn't really find anything good. If you think of the things that we found.
Wait, no, hold on. Come on, Shaggy. Call the cops on Shaggy.
There was
Call the
nothing
cops on
great,
Shaggy.
nothing special. So there's really nothing good to put into the background.
Hold on, I gotta go back because I didn't. This isn't making any sense. No, we gotta go back. Okay.
Muffled. So you have no idea what I'm saying right now. How did that sound? You can still hear, but it's way less clear. It's muffled. See? It sounds like I'm sitting in a toilet. It sounds like I'm far away. I haven't even moved. I haven't even moved. I'm sitting in the same spot. But you see that the mic, I had no clue. The microphone sounded so different. And then if I get over here and I'm in the closet, you can't hear me at all. Like there was one time, there was a big stack of the hard drives that I stored my videos on, and they fell over and smashed my foot, and I screamed out, oh shit, that's not good. I don't know if I broke them. And I went back to the video. You can't even hear it unless you pump the volume to maximum on the video.
Hey, sir, how you doing,
can't
baby?
even hear me.
So, but that's because you were far away from the microphone.
So anyway, that was something interesting that I learned.
What?
So,
wait,
as of today,
you learned that the farther you were from the microphone, the less we could hear. Steve, I hate you. I hate you so much. I hate you so much for that right now. That was, oh my God, I hate you for that, Steve. Oh my God.
Which I am mentioning because it is like my new favorite DSP moment of all time. It has eclipsed. Could you repeat that, please? Because as stupid as it is, it's made all the more better when you realise he was 40 when he realised this. He was 40 when he realised how sound works. He thought it was like the soundproofing foam behind him. And then he realised that his microphone picks him up quieter because he's further away. I have to do this now. Hey, so I don't know if you guys will be able to hear me. There's some great soundproofing in here. He was 40 years old. Like, of everything with Phil, psychologically that would be more of a big deal. In like purely psychology circles, that would be a much bigger deal. Here it's just a funny moment that's lost amongst all this other overwhelmingly funny, stupid moments of idiocy that make up Darkside Phil. But like, if you were writing a paper about him, that would get its own moment. That would get its own like little section in your paper. You would elaborate on that. It's no wonder he ended up claiming bankruptcy over a fucking mobile game.
So that's what I mean. Like that, it's kind of everything I'm doing here is trying to save money. You know, stretch out, cut corners. I'm doing my best. You know.
He's trying to cut corners. He bought that Capcom Fighting Collection twice. You you bought the Sonic Origins Collection. You bought 4 ROMs. He even said, like, I have, like, the Mega Drive Mini. I could play, like, the Sonic 1 and 2 and 3 on that. He's got a PC he could emulate all of them on. He's trying to cut corners, you guys.
In this year, I've cut down on everything. I've cut down on any subscription services that we have here. Everything has been cut back, scaled back.
Boy, that sure was a comprehensive list of things that you cut back on. I am 100% convinced by the overwhelming magnitude of evidence that you've provided us there, Phil. That was surely a convincing argument backed up by a ream of proof. All subscription services, you know, everything. That's what I've cut back on. Do you know who else deals in sort of like vague generalities because they don't like providing actual detail because it leaves them open to the possibility of them being pinned down on a statement later? People who are lying. People who are lying really like that. They really like generalities because it gives them wiggle room later. You know, you could say, but I did say I cut down on subscription service. I didn't say every. You know, I didn't say that. You know, that technically it's not a subscription service. Actually, it's a patronage, like having a Patreon. You know, that's not a subscription. You know, that's like I support them. You know, I support this creator by, you know, I like this creator's output and I support them by giving them like a monthly payment in continued support. So it's not a subscription. WWE Network, I'm a patron of it. So he can worm his way through things like that because he's really vague about it. And the fact that he couldn't come up with any examples on the fly right there tells me there are no examples to recall.
As much as possible. And you know, thank you to those who are still supporting the streams. Thank you to those who are helping out. But I just want you to understand that, like, I love going all out. But this month alone, we have 2 big events coming up. A third at the beginning of September.
You've been paid for those events. Those events are in response to you hitting certain goals. You've been paid for those events. Oh, she's cleaning herself. She's fine. Even my cat's cleaner than Darkside Phil. She cleans herself way more often. Jasper's the cleanest thing in that house. Ugh. Anyway, yeah, you've been paid for all that stuff already. Those things are in celebration of you hitting goals. So the fact that you've got to do them is something you should have accounted for when setting those goals to begin with. And those goals were basically, I'm going to stream for longer so you all have the opportunity to give me more money. And one of those streams was, let's look at a bunch of shit and you can tell me what you'd like to give me money to wear in future. If he'd have found something, if he'd have found, like, you know, another figure, for example, one that, you know, has one that interacts with how you, like, if you, you know, Bluetooth syncs to your controller, so when you press like a certain button combination, it does a certain thing. Like, we used to have this thing at my dad's on top of my dad's telly was a Beavis and Butthead thing. It was it was plastic model and it had an infrared receiver, so when you changed the channel using the remote, it'd say something because it'd pick up the infrared signal and they'd repeat a catchphrase from the speaker. And you know, something like that. If he found something like that, he'd be like, you know, at $50, I put on the glasses. At $100, I put on the vest. And at $150, I switch it on, you know? And then, you know, we can have fun with it. And he'll say, you know, some things every now and then. He would absolutely monetize that and hope for that to be a streak. So stuff like that. That stream was basically tell me what shit you like. You know, give me money to tell me what you want as a reward for giving me more money in future. So he's like, I've got these 3 big events coming up that you've already paid for. But you are going to need to pay for them on the day because, you know, one of them involves ordering a takeaway. And when I'm doing these events, I can't do my normal streams, which you would be giving me money during. So, you know, I'm still streaming to the same audience that would be giving me money either way. But you need to give me money during this special stream because I'm skint because of these streams that I'm doing because you've already paid me to do them. And again, I'm hit by the when we're supposed to be talking about champions. Of all times, when we're supposed to be talking about champions, he's doing this. Varying between shock and shock at the audacity of him and shock at the stupidity of him.
That's a lot of money to be spent on like big food meals and shit for Feasting with the King and stuff. So we'll see what happens with that. All right. Okay. Oh really? Hobo X says try the Costco's lasagna. See if I like it more than the grocery store lasagna that I like. I think at one time, if I remember correctly, this was a long time ago. We went to Costco and we wanted to get one of their pizzas. They didn't even have it. Like, I always hear about Costco pizza is great. Now, I'm not talking about the one that they make in the food court, but you can buy the pizza in, like, the refrigerated section and go home and bake it yourself. And I heard it's really good. So I go to get the pizza. They didn't have it. I was like, what? So I never got to try it. I actually was going to try it. I never got to try it.
I was going to try it, but I've never gone to try it. So you've only ever been once then, because surely you'd go back and pick it up at another point in future when you were there doing shopping. He's done it again. He's contradicted himself within like the space of about 2 minutes. He said, I used to go to Costco all the time. And then he said, I never got to try this pizza because they were out one time. I've heard loads about this pizza. I really wanted to try it, but this one time I was there, they were out, so I never got to try it. But I used to go to Costco all the time. How do you do this? How? This is like a complete discarding of the truth to like a fucking inexplicable level. How does that not how is that contradiction not scrambling you? I'm being more scrambled than you are. How do you hold those two views? One of them's a lie. One of them's bullshit. And I have a feeling that it's not the one where you're bitter about being denied food. He's had a Costco membership for years and he's only been once. I'm going to doubt him earlier when he said we cancelled it. We cancelled the subscription. There's this one pizza I really like that you can get from the Co-op. And I tried it once. And it was great. And then the next time I went to the Co-op, it was sold out. So... And I've never had it since. But I go to the Co-op all the time. I used to go to this club all the time. They served this one beer that I'd heard so much about. But then this one time when I went, they said the pumps weren't working. So, you know, they were out and they couldn't serve that beer. And I never got to try it. Even though I went there all the time. I can't buy it. I can't buy both of those things being true. If you'd heard about it so much and you were desperate to try it, and the one time that you go, they're out. If you only go the once, you're like, right, well, I never got to try that pizza. I heard about how good that pizza was and I never got to try it. But if you go multiple times, surely you'll just buy it at another visit. It would be in stock at some point. And you'd be like, great, there's that pizza. There's that pizza I've heard so much about. Great, I could try it. Are you coming up? Move that out of your way so that you can jump up. Surely you'd buy it. Surely you'd buy it in future. If you went multiple times, you would buy it. I need to WD-40 this fucking thing, don't I?
They do have some good stuff there. I've seen like the stuff you can bake, just toss in your oven. You know, they have all kinds of pasta dishes, other things. It looks good.
Also a comprehensive list of things there. That has truly convinced me of the proposition that you go to Costco regularly, or at least did, to the point where you're familiar with their produce. A pasta dish that you throw in the oven. That's it. That's all he could think. That's all he could think of. Literally everybody knows about Costco's hot dogs. Couldn't even think of that. Couldn't even think of sausages.
All right. So anyway, now we're talking about Costco for some reason. But anyway, so that's the point I'm making. And again, guys, if you can support the streams, obviously please do. But you know, I'm not asking for anything above and beyond. I'm not asking for anyone to go crazy here.
Whoa,
dude! Get consistent support on the streams. That would help alleviate. Like right now,
dude, you will tweet people to come and give you money. People who aren't even watching your streams. You message people when you're having low earning streams. I tweeted about this recently as well. Imagine being one of his fans. And you've given money. You're not there every day, right? You're not at this stream. Maybe it's a game that you're not really into. You know, not everybody's into fighting games. Maybe you're busy. Maybe you've got social obligations. You know, maybe family or friends. It's unlikely, but maybe. You know, work, things to do around the house. You're otherwise busy and preoccupied, so you're not at Phil's stream. But as one of Phil's fans, Phil's supporters, you've previously helped out. You've given him some money earlier. You know, you stopped by because he was like, oh, I really need to get to this Hearts goal, guys. I would like to wear the glasses at least, you know. So you stopped by and you tipped him because you wanted to see it. New hat in the rotation. You were like, oh, that would be funny. Let's get it. So you gave him some money. Oh, you gave him a sub bomb because you were close to a goal. You were like, oh, it's just like another 25 members and we can reach that. It's doable. Within a month we could get that marathon. So you gave him some money. You've helped. He was really grateful. He really appreciated it. That was a couple of days ago, though. Right now, things are slow again, and he needs your help again. So he's going to message you. He's going to message you to say, come and give me some money. I know you're not watching right now, but come and give me some money. Imagine somebody that you watched doing that. Imagine if I started messaging you, asking you to buy me a bottle of Lucozade. everybody should regardless, but, you know, imagine if I kept harassing you. Imagine if I kept messaging you. Imagine if I got really arsey when you didn't buy me Lucasade. That's what we're talking about here. But he doesn't want you to go above and beyond, you know. He's not asking for you to go crazy, you know. He appreciates any and all support. Whether that's a tip or a super chat that he has to wait a month for, or if it's just a like and a sub which has no monetary value. You know what I mean? Just like subscribing to his channel, not actually being a paying subscriber. But tips are appreciated most. Tips are preferred. Tips help immediately. And he does have bills coming up and it is his day off tomorrow. And, you know, he would like that one meal a week that he has to buy for his wife, you know. So he's in your DMs asking you for money. And you're his fan. Let's remember this. You're his fan. It is entirely your choice. He is in your DMs annoying you and messaging you. It's wildly inappropriate for a fucking creator. I can't believe that doesn't get him kicked. That is so inappropriate for a creator to be like, it'd be great if you could come by and give me some money. I know you're not watching right now, but if you want to come by and give me some money, I'd really appreciate it, because nobody's been giving me money today. It's been quite slow today. And, you know, I've still got like another hour left. I'd really appreciate it if you could stop by with $25. It's fucking unreal. And then he sits there and goes, I don't want you to go above and beyond. I don't want you to go crazy. There we go. Again. Actually, I don't know if this applies now, because ostensibly it is, but officially, all of this shit, all of these DMs and things, you're not supposed to know about. Because Phil doesn't like it when you talk about DMs. Phil has learned recently that it's apparently very bad to be talking about DMs. And Phil will remind you of that in a way that is no way, shape or form incredibly inappropriate, outrageous, or passive-aggressive to a degree that is like completely unwarranted. Because you're not supposed to know about those DMs. They're private. The tweets of, you know, it would be great if you could swing by for some Final Fantasy fun because support has been slow. That's fine. That's public, because he's not directly contacting somebody in particular. He's not directly singling out 1 or 2 or 3 people in specific that he knows will give him lots of money. He's just making a general, he's just generally letting people know if they're fans of his and they might be, if they happen to be free. He's just letting them know that he would really appreciate their support at this moment. So that's different from these DMs that you're not supposed to know about. So maybe it's not gaslighting, because you're not supposed to know about it to have your validity of your perception of it, your memory of it, your experience of it, put into question or manipulated or doubted in the first place. It's a different sort of insidiousness. Let's carry on.
I'm literally sitting here nervous, because in 1 week I've got the 2 giant bills that have to clear, and then I have to have enough money for a day out to do errands and stuff, and I don't know in a week if I'm gonna have enough for it. I'm just being honest, and I'm like, what doesn't get paid now? You know, sucks.
I need to stop pausing so much. I need to stop pausing so much. But he's doing it again. We are literally here because you lie about spending $40,000 on a video a year on a mobile game. And evidence of that, irrefutable evidence of that, was recently revealed accidentally by you. And you're saying, by the way, next week I've got my day off and I need money for it. I have a feeling I'm going to need multiple attempts at this. Not just in terms of I'm going to need a break to stop and come back. I'm going to need, like, I'm going to get through this reaction, and then I'm going to have to watch it again a few times, and then I'm going to add stuff in later during the edit, because there'll be things I'll have noticed during that watch that I won't pick up on right now, and there'll be things that I'll like, oh, I mentioned that, I should like elaborate on that here. You know, like I'll probably be thinking about this. I'll be thinking about like the sheer audacity of this, and something will occur to me later. So I'll have like another 10 or 20 minutes onto the runtime, and then also as I'm editing it, something else might crop up, and I'll think, right, that's another thing at the end. So it's going to probably take multiple attempts for me to get through all this. Because I feel like I'm going to be missing things, and I'm going to be missing the forest for the trees here, especially if I keep doing this. But again, the fucking audacity of him to be going, by the way, guys, I need money. Right now, at this moment, given what this is going to be about.
And what really sucks is that's my reality. That's been my reality for a while.
Maybe 4.5 years, maybe.
But then you've got these complete scumbag shitheads out there making these insane negative bullshit videos about me that aren't true. You know, no factual substantiation for anything they say. It's all, circumstantial this. Bullshit
whoa,
None of it has
stop.
any evidence of anything.
Stop.
And people believe it.
Stop. Fucking hell. I need a better notebook. Occasionally the keyboard that plugs into this notebook, it stops working. So I have to unattach it and then reattach it. And of all the times for it to stop was that moment then. So I'm like tapping on it to get it to stop. And because it's a notebook, it's slow, so it takes a moment. So I'm tapping on it and I'm not getting a response. I'm double tapping on it. And he's like, oh, you want a double tap? Right, I will. I'll come out of full screen mode. And that means I'm going to take a moment to reload the rest of the fucking site. Because you need to see the rest of it as well. You need to see like your chat replay and everything. And all the while he's going on past the point that I wanted to fucking mention.
But then you've got these complete scumbag shitheads out there making these insane negative bullshit videos about me.
For starters, I thought he was going to go into groupthink. Insane, negative, twisted groupthink mentality. But also the idea that it's insane, it's negative, it's slander, it's defamation, it's completely... It's fucking your video. It's your video. You recorded it.
That aren't true.
That aren't true. It's your fucking video. You did this. It isn't true. It's just literally on video. He is pissing on your leg and telling you it is raining, and he expects you to believe him. Because up until this point, there have been enough people who've stuck by him and believed him. And I know that there are going to be some of his supporters that are not going to be swayed by this. And that's fine. You cannot help everybody. But if you are somebody who might be on the periphery, if you are somebody who's not a full whale, I have nudged that again, haven't I? If you are somebody who would not consider themselves, I'm sorry, it's just where this ends and I don't like the contrast. I don't like having that little bit at the top. But if you are somebody like, say, Snow Carl, if you are like one of the people who only gives him a couple of dollars here or there, this should be the bit where you are done. He is blatantly lying to you. He is literally telling you, ignore what your eyes say you are seeing. He is telling you to ignore the truth that is in front of your eyes. He has been lying about where the money that you give him goes. And he provided the evidence for that. And he's now telling you to ignore that. He is telling you to ignore him. And if ever you are going to ignore him, it should be at this point, when he says, ignore the evidence.
You know, no factual substantiation for anything they say. It's all, oh, circumstantial this, bullshit that. And none of it has any evidence of anything.
He just provided the evidence himself. He uploaded it. He recorded it and he uploaded it. All of that circumstantial stuff that he could somehow find a way to wave away by claiming is tenuous, you know? It's made up because none of it makes sense, because there's too many steps to it and you have to go through too many, you know, like when he was playing dumb about lineup so that he could, you know, I don't know what two-factor authentication is, so, you know, I'm going to just, it's too much, look at how ridiculous you are, what code, look, you know, and all that stuff. Every attempt he's made at hand waving away a piece of evidence, all of those pieces of evidence have now been proven true in a video that he uploaded himself. What? Because I'm holding my hand up. Yeah. And he's still sitting there saying it's all bollocks. It's all bullshit. It's none of it's true. It's all a crazy conspiracy. It's all a crazy groupthink conspiracy theory. And he uploaded the evidence that proves it himself. And I suppose this is like another example of just how conditioned to this he is. He's so used to this as a method of manipulation that he's doing it now. Arguably at its most ineffective point, because it's probably easy to convince your audience that, you know, if they need to know about like how lineup and 2FA work in order to prove that an account that is his is actually his, because this same account chats elsewhere using this sort of authentication method, and the thing that is used to authenticate it is a phone number that's, you know. So if you could sort of like introduce doubt at any of that point to your audience, then it's really easy to sort of like get them to believe that the rest is also untrue. Again, this is one of the things that Phil does. It's absolutism of, if I can disprove this tiny little part of your argument, then everything else must be equally bollocks. And we know that that's not true. That's a logical fallacy. And so when Phil does it in those regards previously, it's been fine because he's been able to do it. Because you do need to know how all that stuff works in order to understand that when, you know, that phone number was called, the phone number associated with that lineup that's associated with that WWE Champions account, all that stuff going back to him, you need to sort of like be able to follow all of that. So again, most of us think, well, how can you not? We all understand those things, but we understand those things. For people who don't, you know, and I would like to point out that, you know, old people, younger people, by which I mean, you know, people boomer generation and older, and people zoomer and younger, are probably going to be at like the either end of the I cannot open a PDF from my email account technological understanding level. So two-factor and line and all that, you can see Phil being able to work within a group to introduce enough doubt and take advantage of enough technological illiteracy to be able to introduce that much doubt to where they'll believe him. So, yeah, it does seem a bit ridiculous. It does seem far-fetched. It involves a lot of steps that I don't understand, therefore it seems far-fetched. But that's really hard to do when you've literally uploaded your own video of the crime. And literally filmed his phone. Well, he didn't film his phone directly, but you know what I mean. He recorded a video and his phone was visible on it, and it showed Champions Open being played. He's not like on the title screen, so he can't say, you know, oh, I was just like checking it out because I've heard so much about this fucking Champions and I'm fed up of hearing about it, so I wanted to know what the deal was. He can't play that card, that Champions card. So super card, not Champions card. My apologies. I don't know. I don't play mobile games, so he's been able to sort of like coast by with that element of doubt and introducing just enough doubt for just the right people who are technologically illiterate, people who might not be aware of things like this. Mainly younger people and mainly older people, but also just people who generally don't know. Not everybody is like as cued into things as we might be. So, you know, all that sort of area of ignorance he's been able to thrive in. But when you've uploaded it yourself, it's harder to do this. It's hard to ignore video evidence, especially when you've uploaded it. Like, at least if it was someone else, at least if it hadn't been like his daily rap, but it had been in another video that he'd done, somehow it had been caught somewhere. Maybe it's in the bits between the segments. Say maybe it's between, not the segments. Maybe it's in the bits between the, I'm going to end this recording here, and then I'm going to have the brief segment, and then I'm going to start YouTube mode again for the next part of welcome to, you know, part 2, everybody, welcome back. If it's in those bits and you can like deny that ever happened and say that that's just been photoshopped on, you know, someone's edited the video, someone's gone in and edited the video to overlay the Champions screen on the phone, you know, he might again be able to put a plausible enough deniability on spin on it. Not plausible deniability. He might be able to sow an air of doubt enough amongst his fans that they will believe that. Because again, once you're this far into a cult like group, you are basically at the point where Festinger is going. You know the UFO didn't come, right? Is that really your answer? Is that really your response to how you got it wrong? That the aliens actually saw you and you're doing okay, and they decided to wait a bit for the end of the world to come at another date, you know? He's basically at that point where they would buy it because it validates their belief, and it validates their, oh yeah, you're right, you know, it validates also the cost that they've sunk into Phil and how much they've, for want of a better term, bought in to Phil and his group and his stream and his brand and all that. Phil going, yeah, here's like, you know, if it's been video edited, that video's been edited, because, you know, if it was on just another Detractor channel, that video's been edited. I never said that during that bit, and you know, I would upload the stream as proof, but unfortunately, you know, the stream's been corrupted. The video of the stream's been corrupted, so and I accidentally deleted it anyway. So yeah, I can't. But still, believe me, guys. You know, I never said that. I never did that. I never said that. They've just photoshopped or video edited in some way, shape or form that video to make it look like my phone's actually got WWE champions on it. But it's on his channel, so he can't. Even for someone like Phil, even for somebody as proficient and as frequent a gaslighter as Phil, can't press that angle. So he's stuck. It's on his channel. He uploaded it. So instead, he's just going to tell you to ignore it. He's just going to tell you to ignore it all, and it's not true. Which is fucking wild, I have to admit. I don't know if I expected anything less or anything different. I feel like I did expect different. It's not unexpected for Phil to go, you know, just ignore it. Just ignore it. But it is unexpected for Phil to go, just ignore it, when it's literally a video he uploaded just a few days ago. When it's something else, when it's some other detractor stuff, that he can go, just ignore it, you know. Oh, they're making a big deal out of something I said. Oh, we'll just ignore them. Oh, they're all now claiming you spend money on this. Oh, we'll just ignore them. But when it's... Oh, they're now saying that this thing in the video that I uploaded actually does prove everything, because it does. Just ignore it. I feel like that should be a harder sell. And I think my main worry going forward from this now, and not knowing how this turns out, and feeling that it's going to come back in future, we're going to be dealing with this issue again at some point, makes me think it's probably not going to be as effective as it should be. It really should drive more people away. It really should. More and more of his fans should feel aggrieved at being lied to for so long. And I know it's not going to drive everyone away, because there's always going to be some that are going to stick by him, to feel like they're sticking it to the trolls, or just because they're that fucking delusional. Because ultimately some people are, you know. But I feel like it should drive away more than it will. So let's carry on.
And then people believe it. People believe it in droves, you know, and it just makes things worse. Like, I'm not already fucking stressed out.
Do you want to talk about stressed out? Every time you say, and people believe it, or something like that, every time you go towards indicating that a large group of people all thinks the same way, you stray towards using a certain word that I don't think you quite know the full definition of. And I tense up and I get ready. I'm preparing for an outburst. You want to talk about...
about everything going on. Now I gotta put up with that shit on the outside. And I try to just ignore it. I try to just tune it out. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to know about it. I know it's out there. I know these idiots. There it is. There's one of them right now.
Oh my God, Phil. I know why you like to ignore things. Because ignoring it is easy. You don't have to do anything. You don't actually have to take steps to address an issue. If you just ignore it and hope it goes away, like 9 times out of 10, it will. I think that's like the place where you're coming from here. That's why you like to ignore it. Addressing it means work. It means effort. Addressing it also means giving it the sort of like the credence of validity, which I do get to some extent. But unfortunately, in this circumstance, the accusations are 100% valid and legitimate, because you prove them all by filming your fucking phone. So this isn't a thing you should be able to ignore. Every now and then, Phil, you have to put your big boy pants on and deal with an issue that you've caused. And this is it. This is one of them. This is probably the big one, you know? This is champions. There should be some sort of league for them. It's probably something else. So yeah, I get why it's a really comfortable and it's a really easy avoidance method. You just don't do anything. You just carry on like normal. Oh, I'm ignoring it. You just yeah, it's fine. I'm ignoring it. Just guys, they're saying that I've lied about needing money for bills, and I'm instead going to spend that money on champions. Ignore it. I'm not going to spend your money on a mobile game. I just, I do need to buy food tomorrow. But either way, ignore it. Just ignore it. It's fine. I don't have to do anything. Just ignoring it. And it's really easy. No energy, no effort. Just ignore it. It's fine. So I get why you do it. It lets you stay in your bubble. It means you don't have to put out effort and energy dealing with something that makes you uncomfortable. It means you don't have to put out effort and energy dealing with something that's going to give your fragile narcissistic ego a huge hit. It's fine. I'll just ignore it. And you end up here. Telling people to ignore the video you fucking uploaded because it shows that you are actually spending your money on that mobile game. I want to see, there's so much about that I want to see. I want to see the likes and the dislikes at the moment. I'm going to go and have a look at Phil's channel and see. I want to see the like to dislike ratio. I want to see the views. I want to see the views in comparison to like all the views around him. Let's scroll down and find it. You'll know which one it is. It will have thousands of views, won't it? Right, let's see daily raps as we go. Daily rap, August 3rd, 909 views. Daily rap, August 2nd, 1.2 thousand. Daily rap, August the 1st, 706 views. July 24th, 1,000. July 23rd, Stray concludes 5.7 thousand views. Let's see the likes to dislikes. Stray concludes multiverses is great and Jasper takes over. It's there. I can see it now. It's fucking amazing. 123 likes to 345 dislikes. Let's see some of those comments. Your cat seems to hate you. Agreed. If the cat does not want to be bothered, don't bother it. It has its own needs and feelings. Agreed. Jasper is a main eventer. Subtle. Nice. Jasper in the house. Daily rap with Jasper. Please do more daily rap with Jasper. He is so adorable. Jasper was like, oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Ugh. You know, I'm actually glad I'm a bit more adult with my cat. Like, I'm glad when people talk about my cat in comments, it's not like that. People genuinely seem to sort of, like, treat it in an adult way. So... Oh my god. I'm going to have to boost the audio on that so much, but oh my god, that was so cute. I'm sorry. I know I've just said I'm glad people are like really adult about my cat. Oh, she's so cute. That really was. I'm sorry. She's like curled up, almost asleep. She like went to stroke her and I got that little. Oh fuck. Okay, I'll leave you. I promise. What am I fucking doing? Anyway, ignore all that. I don't have a cat.
Here it is. I mean, literally, the moment I say it, one of them appears in the chat as if on command. Here he is. Here's a piece of dog shit.
Bro, he's been in chat for a while. That is at least a minute and a half before you said that appeared in chat. So you can tell this because his chat moves slowly. And also DDM has the timestamps, and I'm pretty sure that's a YouTube thing. I don't know either way. But the only way you'd be able to tell that is if you could see the chat next to it. And once he takes this stream down and uploads this as the Level 1 podcast, you can't. So gaslighting is quite easy when you can control that, when you can control the information that somebody has access to. Making them question that is very easy. It would make a really good like theme for a book, that if there was some sort of like omnipotent male figure that watched everything you did, possibly an older male figure who wanted to make you feel like they were, you know, your bond was strong, almost familial. That way you'd do everything they told you. And you'd believe everything they told you to believe. It'd be a really good year. It'd be a really good book. You could name it after like the year Phil would. No, that'd be too obvious. You couldn't call it like 1982, could you? Still, it would probably make a good book.
A living piece of dog shit has emerged in the chat of DSP Gaming. Like, you can smell them through the fucking internet. Okay? Like, I'm not stressed out.
It just made me think of that bit on that being said.
We should move on to the next one, and now to make it a little bit spicier, let's do this like a game, except nobody's gonna win.
Okay.
Now with up to 3 words, what do you think Phil's gaming room smells like? 3 words tops. Now we get some nice fantasy segment. Everyone imagine the
How about-
sweat, the grease.
How about we all say one word? That's kind of funny. So like the hardest
word,
jump, the last
alright.
one. Yeah. So Steve, you got to say one word only, and you can't. No one else can say the word Steve says.
Spunk.
I knew that was coming, so that's done. All right, Sam, your turn now.
Got it out of the way, go on.
I'm just gonna say kebab.
Oh, I like that.
Wow.
Niche. That was
Okay,
it.
now-
Not
when it
get
was-
that smell out.
Epic
It was
pull.
better when it was 3 words because I was gonna say last night's kebab.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Oh, that smell.
I'll say the intentionally ambiguous cat.
Oh.
Go ahead, Meerkat. You could add one, Meerkat. Go ahead.
Let me think about it. Drum roll, please.
We need soundboard.
I do think it smells robust, but not in the nice way. It's probably a mixture of smells with like a delayed release, as he likes to call it.
yes. Delayed release. That's the best.
So you walk in the room, it hits you like a wall, and then procedurally you start piecing apart which smell is what exactly.
Which is like, if you'd have given us 3, I would have said spunk, sweat, and desperation. But you didn't. You made us pick one, so I picked spunk. Don't take that out of context.
Like, I'm not stressed out fucking enough. I gotta put up with this shit, right? So anyway, thank you for understanding. If you can support the streams in any way, please do.
Oh my god! He's doing it again. He's doing it again. He's literally just told you to ignore it. He's literally again just told you to ignore. I swear to God, he's done this. He must have done this like twice in the last 3 minutes. Literally ignored the piece of evidence that proves that I am wasting your money on a mobile game, but keep giving me your money. My God, this is fucking wild. How much psychology can I bring to this? How much? What do I do? I need to call up like at least 3 of my professors. 3 of like my former professors from uni to say, help. Watch this down the rabbit hole, then watch this secret video, and then watch this and get back to me. Because I need to know what to do.
It'll help a ton. This week in particular, tips would really help to pay these bills in a week's time. But please understand, when these events are coming up, I'm probably not going to be able to go crazy and break the bank doing that. You know what I'm saying? I gotta scale back, as they say. Scale back and do what's feasible. All right?
I would like you to remember that one of those things involves ordering food, which you will be paying for. Another one of those things involves just looking through his shit. Like right here off to the side is shit. And he's going to go over and get some of it. And show you. Like I can't do that. Right here is a wall. And where the door opens. So I don't have like a closet full of shit to look through. But he's going to do that for a good few hours. And he's going to be expecting money during that. Again, he's going to tell you to ignore where that money goes. The fucking audacity of it.
Okay. So I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. Outside of all the things I just talked about, the one final thing we really need to figure out about is this right here.
Oh my
I've been talking
God.
about this for 3 days, and we just haven't come to a consensus for a members goal for August. It seems like some people want things that aren't viable.
Wait, is that
Other
it?
people just can't seem to agree. Like, I had some ideas.
Wait, that can't be it. Is he really moving on to like the members goal again? But he's talking about like, you guys should now help me figure out what to do when you've all paid enough money to make this number go up. That can't be it. This can't be it.
Idea number 1 was a fighting game marathon where I go down my history with fighting games.
Oh, fucking shut up. Nobody cares about your history with fighting games. God, you've spent the last 2 years playing Street Fighter 2 weekly. Nobody cares. Thought of that has enraged me. Oh, I hate when he says my history with, because I've noticed that as I've gone through like his things when I was pig going things. A lot of times it would come up, would be like, you know, my history with Metroid, or like my history with Castlevania, my history with Super Mario Bros, my history with retro games was one. It's like your history with retro games, you the games you played when you were a kid. Or are you literally saying like, you know, I picked up an Atari one day and I played Pong for the first time and it took me to Pong tournaments up and down the country. I don't fucking, nobody fucking cares. This is Grandad telling you war stories, except he wasn't born during the war, and he got all his information about the war from his granddad, who also didn't go to the war or take part in it in any way, but did read about it afterwards, because he also wasn't born at the time when the war was happening.
Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter 5, Tekken, Mortal Kombat.
All these games you don't play. All these games that, you know, people asked you to play instead of Street Fighter 2. All these games that you've slagged off. All these games you've said were shit. All of these games you've said you don't want to play anymore. Tell us about your history with them, Phil. All these games that we literally have video footage of you playing. All of these games that are within the last 20 years. So, you know, sorry, she was getting up. Yeah? Alright. Tell us about your history with fighting games. Starting with Street Fighter 4. And also Street Fighter 5, which, you know, I did also play. And also, you know, Tekken. Any of them. Any of the 7+2 tag tournaments. Mortal Kombat. Any of the 11 plus the 3 spin-offs. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
And play a variety of fighting games all in one day. All right. And likely lose a ton, because I haven't played a lot of these fighting games in a long time. But this would satiate the people who've been asking for variety in fighting games recently. Okay?
You mean those people that you spent 4 years telling to fuck off? Them. Yeah, good luck with that, Phil.
You know, or I could do a run of Dark Souls where I do a challenge run, whether it's Soul Level 1 or, you know.
This is really it, isn't it? This is the best he can do. This is all he's got. You say to him, you know,
we've hit the members' goal. You need to think of a thing to do. All he can think is, how about I play a game I've already played? How many Dark Souls redemption runs have there been in the series? Not just the first one, in the series. I swear at least everyone has at least one redemption run. And all he can think of to celebrate a new milestone, record milestone, the most members the YouTube channel has ever had. All he can think of is, I could play Dark Souls again. I mean, what next, Phil? Metal Gear Solid, maybe? Could do a redemption run of that? I mean, it's not like you've not already done redemption runs of Metal Gear Solid games before, but you could do that again. You know, you're already talking about watching This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid, so we would be a bit of, brand synergy and tie the two things together. So, it would be a really good idea. How about, Metal Gear Solid redemption runs? That's all he's got. That's literally the most creative he can be. Everything else he stumbled into. The glasses, the vest, the hats. The fucking soundbox, blowing bubbles, everything. He stumbled into it. Somebody else has told him or suggested it to him. He found the gun of glasses. Somebody said, I'll give you a couple of quid to put them on. So he gave him a couple of quid and he put them on. Bingo. $50 goal. You up again? Oh, you're on your pad now. Okay. I don't know if the mic will be able to pick you up because you're quite far away from it. Did you know how sound works? Did you know that's how sound works? He genuinely can't do better than this. This is really, really sad. This is so sad. He's doing everything else he can think of. He's already doing a feast. He can't do feasting with the king because he's already having a pizza party. He can't do cleaning out the closet because he's already doing that. So he can't have some other way of bringing in just random junk to show you all. He can't figure out another way to do show and tell. Can't do a react because he's already got the This Is How You Don't Play penciled in, chiseled in stone into his immutable timetable. This is really all he's got creatively. He can't think creatively at all. This is all he's got. That's why he needs his audience to help him. This is it. This is the best he can do. And he knows it's inadequate. He can't admit it. He can't accept it, but he knows it is. Because that's why he's like, oh, well, we can talk about things. We can work something out, over the next few days or weeks. We'll work something out together. We can, throw a few ideas. Let's do some, we'll do some spitballing. Or we'll kick a few ideas back and forth and see what we can come up with. See what we can come up with. We can talk about it. We can think about it. Because he can't. All of his creativity, all of his ability to think creatively, all of his ability to plan hypotheticals and consider them and consider courses of action and weigh up the pros and cons and the costs and the benefits of all of those things. It's completely been killed by Scopely because that's all he spends his time doing. It requires no creative thought whatsoever. It requires no ability to plan ahead. It requires no ability whatsoever to fully engage those parts of your brain, those higher parts of your brain that are right in the front of the frontal lobes, the bits that do all the higher thought processing and planning, all the hypothetical stuff, all the stuff that makes you make decisions in advance. All of that is gone. He's basically smoothened his brain out by playing champions constantly for over 4 years. Because when you ask him to come up with a special event to be a goal for
for this next month, all he can come up with is a marathon.
A limited run where I can only use a certain kind of combat or whatever. We do something like that, but it will only be for the marathon for that day. Or we could do Elden Ring, jump back into Elden Ring for the first time in many, many, many months, and restart at New Game Plus level to prepare for an upcoming DLC.
Elden Ring Redemption Run. Oh my god. That's really it. What's your third suggestion, Phil?
Or we could do a classic games day where you guys nominate classic games for me to play.
Oh, or we can do a day where you pick the game for me to play. Doubtless there will already be a pre-approved list that I will pick, but you can pick it for me. This is so pathetic. This is actually like soul-crushingly pathetic at this point.
Or we could do a Rage-a-thon where you guys nominate rage-inducing games for me to play.
Oh, it gets worse. It gets worse because it doesn't change. It just keeps going on. Oh my god. Phil, my dude, you need help. You need help for so many things. There's so much wrong here. Just the fact that you can't think of anything else. Nothing else. He's throwing out all these ideas, and they all involve him playing games for long periods of time. And the ones he's suggested so far are games that he's played previously. Classic games, which again could be anything. It could be anything that he's played previously. Super Mario Bros. 2 is a classic game. Or Doki Doki Panic, as it happens to be known in Japan. I don't know if you knew that. That's a piece of, like, it's obscure gamer knowledge. I don't know. I don't think everybody knows it. It's not that common a thing. His other option is rage-inducing games, which again could be any. It could be any that he's played previously. Dark Souls could be a rage-inducing game if he has to do it at level 1. There's always Super Meat Boy as well, or Super Monkey Ball. He got very angry towards the end of that because some of those levels, let me tell you, oof, there's so many things he could try to do, and instead, is the best that he can come up with is, I just want to play some games for a longer period of time than I normally would. That's all he's got. God.
I have all these ideas.
No, you don't, Phil. No, you don't. I've picked a good Y post to pause them, but you really don't. You don't. You don't. I've got ideas, Phil. I've been making mental notes along the way of like where certain things are going to be edited in and which clips I'm going to be using. So his ideas are, I'll play this sort of game for a longer time than normal. I'll play a different sort of game for a longer period of time than normal. You guys can pick a different sort of game for me to play for a longer period of time than normal. Or you guys can pick a different sort of game for me to play for a longer period of time than normal. And he's got all these ideas, you guys. He's an ideas person, Sam. There is a quote that that I want to read out here, which is to do with this. And I took it down specifically because it's just fucking wild. Ross G says, "You outright say I wrote that scene, but now you're saying you didn't. Because I did not write the details of it. I wrote the concept. There's a concept versus actual detail. The concept I came up with, let's have John be like John Rambo and do a montage of shit. And then John did it all, thought up all the ideas and all the little intricacies. I probably had input, a little bit in it, but he made it come to life. The difference between saying I have an idea versus the person who actually makes the idea happen." And it's like, when you have an idea, you're supposed to be the one that does it. He's an ideas person. He would think up the concepts
And other people would go away and do all the work and end up with a finished product that would be his idea. Oh my god. We're not even at the champions bit yet.
But nothing seems to be sticking. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I come up with all these ideas, but no one's like, yeah, that's the one. That's a great idea. Nothing's really sticking out.
4 ideas that are all identical. Nothing's really sticking out. Oh my god. There is like no psychology I can bring to this. There is. I'm drawing a blank. It's because I can't stop laughing. I'm sorry. It's really gotten to me. I promise you all it's been at least 40 minutes. But just the idea. And I know I picked a really appropriate word there, but just the idea that you can go play a game, play a different game, somebody else could pick a different game for me, somebody else could pick a different game for me. Now it's really sticking out. It's the only way you can describe this psychologically is just laziness. It's laziness and a lack of like the ability to think creatively. Wait, is it though? No, wait. Seriously now, again, is it, as with narcissism, is it the lack of the ability to think creatively? Or is it an unwillingness to think creatively? Because again, thinking creatively requires cognitive effort. It requires resources. It requires energy from the brain. The brain has to work. It has to do work to think creatively. So, if he can still do that, he's choosing not to. But I think it's more that he's been unwilling to do so for so long that when he has to, this is all he can do. I do think this is a case of you use it or lose it. He's just not kept up at all. He's just not needed to think creatively. Every time he's had a problem that, a problem as in, I've got a special event coming up and I need to think of something to do for it. Talk about it with your audience and somebody will come up with an idea as the chat moves up, This is probably easier when he was on Twitch and he had a bigger audience. Sorry. Bouncing about a bit too much. I'm trying to keep, It's probably easier for him to fish for ideas when his viewership was bigger because he had a bigger pool of potential ideas to pull from. Whereas now, he's left with people who, for want of a better word, don't really think creatively. Sorry for the interruption. I just wanted to jump in here and say that this bit's possibly a little bit unfair on my part. Phil's chat do come up with ideas quite regularly. It's just that Phil doesn't take them. So his chat are obviously capable of thinking in like that creative way. It's just that obviously when they suggest ideas, they're rejected for any number of reasons. So yeah, that one's on me. Sorry about that. And a bunch of detractors mixed in. Who are, not going to give him... That as well helps him justify not doing something, because if you suggest something to him that he doesn't want to do, he can always write you off as a detractor. You're not a fan of his, you're a detractor. You might say, hey Phil, how about you do this? How about, let's say, you do a walk, or you get on the floor, do some yoga, do a yoga stream. And the yoga stream, fuck me. Avoidance there, right? The yoga stream, all somebody is asking him to do is put the camera, which we know he can move, because he's at least tilted it downwards, previously, at least on one occasion. So we know he can do that.
All they're asking him to do is make sure that, it's angled on the floor and hold some basic bitch yoga poses. Put We Fit on the TV opposite and do some of those basic yoga poses. And while you're holding the poses, you're looking at chat and people are asking you questions and you can talk to them, so you can keep it interactive. Literally all someone's asking him to do. And what's his response? This huge spiel about how private medical information shouldn't be made public, and it's great if you want to document your weight loss goals and your weight loss journey, but he doesn't think you should do that, so he's not going to do that, and you shouldn't ask about it.
Now, I'm going to say this, all right? Nathan Wong, I'm going to tell you this now, and by the way, please don't take this the wrong way, because I'm not attacking your idea. He says, what about a walking stream or a yoga stream? I've already said this once. I'm going to say it again. Anything that has to do with fitness, with health, with your well-being of someone like that should not be a live broadcast thing on the internet. That's my honest to God belief, because it just opens up a whole new can of worms. People criticizing the way you do things, people saying it's not enough, people saying you're ugly, you're fat, whatever it may be, right? There's absolutely no reason to have carryover from one of those things to the public eye. That's my honest take. And other people could disagree. I know people do their fitness journeys on the internet and shit like that and use it for motivation. I don't need that as motivation, all right? For the last 2.5 months, have been actively doing some exercise, lost some weight as a result of it. I'm feeling good because of it. And I am absolutely positively not going to ruin that by doing any kind of a vlog of it or anything like that. I'm not stupid, okay? As I said, especially with me in the case with having the amount of crazy assholes on the internet, and that's the only way to describe them. They are just crazy people. They're fucked up in the head. They don't need to be categorized as normal people, because they're not. Anyone who does the level of stalking and really fucked up shit that they've done to me and my family, those are not normal people. Those are insane people, okay? Sorry, that's just a fact. That's not an opinion. That's not me slamming them. That's a fact. They need to look in the mirror, realize that, and go seek fucking help for the shit they've done to me, okay? With that amount of people following me and every move I make, I absolutely cannot be crossing over private and public stuff like that. So I'm not going to do it. You're not going to see me do, a goal to do a yoga stream, a goal to do my exercises on stream. It's not happening. Absolutely not, in no circumstance whatsoever. So please understand that. That's for the safety of me and my family and to prevent further online harassment, okay?
Fucking amazing reach, but it's enough of an excuse for him to be able to go, that's why I'm not doing it. There's my excuse. Might require, it's just a huge reach, but it's still good enough for me. It still, meets my criteria of will allow me to say no to doing this thing. So, yeah, it's outside of his comfort zone. The thought of doing it makes him anxious, makes him nervous, and it's also effort, and he doesn't want to put in any effort. So, no. No. I wouldn't. I respect you all as my audience too much to do that. Patronizing shit. But I think it's an unwillingness. I think he just doesn't want to try to think. This is probably the most... He's not even reluctantly putting energy or effort at this point, because he's still not thought of something more than a marathon where I play games, ideally ones I've already played. He doesn't want to even go through the effort of playing something you might not have played previously. His first couple of suggestions were games he's played, and the other 2 suggestions leave room for games that he's played. How about a horror marathon? I could play like Resident Evil or Dead Space, How about a sports games marathon? Yeah, I could play one of like the NFL or a FIFA game, How about an FPS marathon? Yeah, I could play like Half-Life or something. Just... It's an unwillingness. I feel like it's an unwillingness. He's reached the point where for years he hasn't had to. I don't necessarily think it's an incapability. Now that I've thought about it a bit, now that I've worked through it a bit, I feel like the capacity that he has for creative thought is diminished. But the ability to engage in creative thought has not. That's still there. He's just unwilling to engage it because it requires effort and energy. It requires actually sitting down and doing some work to plan something. And that's too much work, too much effort. That requires too much of the brain when most of his time is just spent tapping to get a dopamine rush in the back. Actually, more about like this far forward. So, yeah. I think it's just an unwillingness to use creative thought. When, you know, why bother? Somebody in your audience will come up with an idea and you can go, yeah, that's a good idea. Ideally, it should involve you doing like as little work as possible for maximum reward. But, yeah, that'd be great. If somebody else could come up with an idea for me, then I'll do all the work. Because that's how it's supposed to work, isn't it? But Phil, you're the ideas guy.
In that regard. So the question is, what do you guys want to see? I think the problem is I'm literally doing too many special events for you guys. Like,
stop fucking doing them, you idiot. Stop fucking doing them. This is actually quite interesting. Okay, this is a result of YouTube being able, YouTube enabling him to have gifted subs. Because now it's like, right, you know, like at the moment it's 6 to 86. So say he sets a goal of 650. Well, all you need is one person to come in and drop 25 subs, and boom, you've got a special event. And then you're like, fuck, well, okay, right, at 700, that'll be the next goal. And then a bigger whale comes in and drops 50. You've got another event. So gifted memberships have fucked him over again. Not only are they paid monthly, so he has to wait, but they're also causing this. They're also causing like an excess of special events that he needs to do. It'd be great if you guys could do all the work for me, though. If you tell me what you want to see. I'm probably not going to do it, because likely what you'll want to see will involve me having to do some work, and I'm not going to do that. But yeah, still, tell me what you want to see. I'd really appreciate it. You could help out. If you're going to help out, I'd prefer tips, but you know, still.
Once a month, if that. Now, just in 1 month's time, we just did a closet clean out. We're doing another closet clean out. We're doing a React event, and then we're doing the Ninja Turtles pizza party. It's like, maybe I went a little overboard. I mean, I enjoy doing them. Don't get me wrong. That's why I like.
Oh, that was a good recovery there, Phil. I mean, you don't want to come across as ungrateful to the people you are slagging off for making you have to do a lot of work, do you? You don't want to have to come across as resenting your audience for going overboard with buying gifted subs like you encourage them to do, because it means that you have to do a lot of work and you're not going to see that money straight away. Maybe if it got paid immediately, maybe if you could withdraw it immediately, like with tips, maybe that would make things different. He would probably be a bit more likely to be like, yeah, okay, let's do this reward, let's do this then, because he's getting the money immediately. So yeah, he's more likely, more amiable to at least do something for it. You know, he'll fucking blow bubbles if you give him enough money. So the idea that, you know, a 50-member sub bomb equivalent of like $200 or $400 or however much, immediately I'm getting that money tonight. Great, let's do this event. I'm looking forward to it. Whereas because it's at the month end, the middle of the month, whatever, because he has to wait for it, he's like, oh yeah, I have to do that event. Fuck. And I'm either not going to get that money for another month, or that event that's coming up is for money that I got last month. So now that I've already spent that money, I feel only antipathy towards this event coming up. But I did say that I'd do it because they got me over that number. So even though I've already spent that money, I have to do it. But on the bright side, I might be able to con them out of a bit more because it's going to be going longer. So, you know.
I'm having fun with the stuff. I know it's good for variety for the channel as well when there's not any new releases going on. But basically, you know, I know that I've overdone it. And now the problem is normally those would have been member goals. And now they're already happening. And now there's nothing to set for a member goal.
Yeah. Yeah, you have. Just like everything else. You took the idea and you ran it into the ground. Just like everything else. Just like your reactions. Just like your feastings. Just like you fucking opening the closet. This will, in time, bring you less and less. And you're just going to run it harder and harder. It's what you do, Phil. You get a good idea given to you on a plate. Or you stumble into a way to get money off people. And you run it into the ground because it's initially successful. And each subsequent time brings you fewer and fewer returns. Brings you an ever decreasing amount of reward for your efforts. Because you're just running it into the ground and nobody cares. Nobody cares about like your marathons anymore. Nobody cares about like your retrospective marathons. You've moved on from them. You've moved on from your original React content. Because nobody cares. You've reacted to basically everything that's not on Twitch. You know, or at least at the point where you stopped being a YouTuber and started being a streamer. You know. Nobody cares. You've reacted to all your old stuff, or as much of your old stuff as anybody gives a shit about. So this is the same. He's just ramming these specials into the ground, and each is going to return fewer and fewer donations.
You see?
And again, I wonder if that's a deficit in the creative thinking. Again, if that's like a symptom, not a symptom. If that's a consequence of his unwillingness to think creatively, he's not putting any like effort or originality or thought into it. He's just doing what he's done previously, because previously it's gotten him money. Secret every year puts out like a top 10. There's a couple of years here and there where they didn't, but basically, you know, Secret is the one who does the top 10 countdowns. You know, other people are free to do their own, but Secrets is the one that everybody looks forward to. The format remains the same. Every year, the 10 worst moments of DSP streams for that year and everything that's happened to DSP through that year are counted down. The top 10 moments. Top 10 notable moments anyway. There's probably going to be more this year, considering we've got like at least 3 number 1 contenders and we're still in fucking August.
So hey, guess what literally just happened while I've been editing this?
So the format remains the same for each year, but everybody looks forward to them because Secret is creative and Secret tries things with each one and Secret experiments. And we all look forward to, oh, how are they going to paint this? How are they going to portray this? Are they going to include this one? How are they going to include that one? Because that one's definitely in a top 5, you know. There's a lot of work and effort and creativity goes into those top 10s, even though every year the format has remained the same. They are just the 10 countdown of your moments that, you know. that just Secret's good at because they're fucking creative and Phil's not. So he just runs the same idea into the ground until it stops making him money, and then he begs for another one.
All right, enough of this guy. He's out of here. Okay, so let's see. I want your opinions. I want your feedback.
How about you play with your viewers? That could help actually engage the chat. That's what that person said to get banned. I'm sorry. Did you hear that? Are you just as disgusted as me? People have been asking him, games with members, for ages. People have been asking him, why don't you play with chat? Why don't you play games with your audience? Why don't you set up a couple of multiplayer lobbies in a couple of games? Have your chat on. Have your fucking subs on. Make it a subs only thing. Make it you know, you put up like the day of, you put up the details on a community only post, so only subscribers see it. Not subscribers, only members see it. Put it on a members only post. Games with members. It's as close as you could probably get. You could probably, you know, hand it out through like Twitter, so you know you can vet that way, I guess, and then DM these people. Hey, here's all the details. I don't know. You know, just there are ways that he could set it up. People manage it. People manage to set up multiplayer games with other specific people. There are ways he could do it. So when he's there going, guys, tell me what you want to see. Let's think of some ideas, because I've got this special event coming up and I don't know what to do with it. And what I'm currently thinking is I could go back and play some of the old games that I have previously played already multiple times. Or you could all pick a different game for me to play. I've got all these ideas, but I can't really think of one. So, you know, you guys tell me what you want to hear. And someone goes, how about multiplayer with chat? And he does this.
All right, enough of this guy. He's out of here.
Fucking disgust in his face as he does that. The dismissive tone his body language is conveying as he shakes his head. Like, how fucking ridiculous is it of you to suggest to me that I play multiplayer games with the people that give me money? How fucking dare you suggest that I do members only games? How dare you suggest that I play multiplayer with my members? Fuck you. Get the fuck out of it. It's fucking ridiculous, this guy. I swear to God. Fucking hell. What idiot. The sort of thing I deal with on a monthly basis. I fucking dare you. It's just obscene. It's just obscene. And he's doing this in a stream where he's fucking told you all. Don't pay attention to the evidence that confirms that I waste your money on a mobile game. Give me money. Tell me what you want to see. I'm not going to do it. And fuck off. This is fucking obscene. This is genuinely fucking delusional. This is like outright contempt for your audience and a sense of entitlement that does not naturally grow but is malingering. It develops over time because you've been kept in an environment that has allowed it to flourish. Oh, I don't know what to say anymore. I don't know what to say anymore. You guys come up with something for me to say.
Okay, so let's see. I want your opinions. I want your feedback. All right.
He's just ban someone for suggesting He's gone, guys. Let's talk about what you want to see. Let's let's come up with some ideas. I want to hear what you guys think. And someone's gone, how about you play with members? And he's gone, fuck off, get out of here. Anyway, I want your feedback. I want to hear what you guys think. God, it cannot get more ridiculous than this. It just can't. I refuse to accept it. This is it. This is... You cannot script better comedy than this. It's fucking amazing. I need to see it again. I'm so sorry. I need to see it.
All right, enough of this guy. He's out of here. Okay, so let's see. I want your opinions. I want your feedback.
Oh, I need a break. I need a break. I can't. What do you say to them? Fucking hell. Someone's messaged me and I'm dreading it. There's a really high likelihood there's going to be someone going, dude, DSP has done something really fucked up. Oh god, someone sent a link. Oh my god, no. No, please don't be. Oh, thank god. Oh, it's something else. Thank god. Phew. Okay, so I found myself wondering what aspect of his personality that is. That asks fans to come up with ideas for something to do, and then when they do, you just tell them to fuck off because they've come up with something that you don't want to do. And I think I can't ascribe it to any one thing. There is an insane amount of entitlement there, because the expectation that your audience will do the work for you is fucking astonishing to me, because he's the content creator. He's the one who's supposed to be doing it. So I feel like that contributes. There's also his narcissism that contributes. You've suggested something that he doesn't want to do and he doesn't like the idea of. You've insulted his ego. He's not going to do that thing that involves work or effort or like putting himself in a situation he's not familiar with and therefore not comfortable with. Fuck off. Get banned. You're insulting his ego there, so I feel like that also contributes. You're also telling him to do something different. You're also telling him to do something that involves interacting with other people. It's in more social settings. So that probably pings some like serious anxiety alarms in his head. And so he doesn't want to do that. So he'll take any opportunity to go no and fuck off. And again, because he's in a situation where he has control, he can tell you to fuck off and he can immediately ban you. And that's it. As far as he's concerned, the matter's dealt with. So he doesn't have to deal with that either. It's it feels like it's a combination of things, because I find myself arguing for all of them. Like when I think about, well, what about if it's this? What about if it's this instead? And I find myself like, I can argue for all of them, but I can't argue against most of them. There is one I do feel, somebody brought up to me, do you think he's schizoid? Because schizoid personality disorder it's a type A personality disorder. Schizoid, schizotypal, and paranoid. Type A. And I don't necessarily see, there's some of the traits involved with schizoid personality disorder are reluctance to engage with social relationships, and like I don't want to say lack of development, but like lack of interest in having social relationships, and lack of interest in the intimacy in social relationships. You know, like varying levels of friendship involve varying levels of personal intimacy between two people. So, you know, the more you get to know somebody, the more you are getting to know somebody. So the more intimate the knowledge that you are acquiring as you go. So I can see why people would think that. I could see why you could make the argument. There's a lot of fear of intimacy and fear of social relationships with schizoid personality disorder. There's a lot of like desires to be alone and isolate with schizoid personality disorder. So I can see that. But there's also how do I put this? There's also like a deadening of the emotions as well. There's like a complete lack of like emotional responses to either praise or criticism. There's like indifference to emotional things, and we know that's not Phil. We know he gets very emotional very quickly. He has like emotional dysregulation problems. He will get very angry or very happy very quickly. All you need is, you know, the right trigger or the right amount of money being donated at once, and you've got an emotional Phil. So I don't necessarily mean emotional in terms of, you know, oh, he's starting to cry in this one, because fuck me, I still have to deal with that. Still have to deal with tea. Another video, another time. You never know, actually, it might come up later. About the fake crying. You might attempt to cry later. You never know. But yeah. I don't necessarily think he's schizoid. He does share some of the traits, but I don't think he shares enough to be diagnosable. I could be wrong about that, and if he did take like a formal assessment, like an actual proper clinical assessment, he might be diagnosed, or it might at least be diagnosable as schizoid personality disorder. The results might indicate that, but I don't necessarily think he is. I think he's more narcissistic and avoidant, and I think the two complement each other very well because the position that he's in allows them to. So something that insults the ego, something that he doesn't want to do for whatever reason. Maybe it's outside of his comfort zone. Maybe it's something that involves a lot of work. Maybe it's something that involves being in social situations. Will insult one or both of those things, and the other will be happy that they've got an excuse to say no. So I think it's more that. I think I need to move on.
And let's go from there, please. And, you know, I'm all ears again. And I would love to hear what you guys want that's feasible. We've already talked about what's not feasible. You guys know what's not feasible. We've talked about it in the last few days. Out of what's feasible, you know.
See, I'm starting to think that this is absolutely nothing to do with Champions. This is absolutely nothing to do with the main content that most people have been reacting to, and the main reason why most people have been telling me to, you know, this. But again, he's like, I've already set a list of preconditions out. I've already set a list of reasons why I don't want to do something or why I'm not going to do something. And that's hugely avoidant. That's just like the extent that you go to is ridiculous compared to what you would need to invest or what you would be being asked to do if you just went and did it. It's astonishing. I feel like it's another aspect of his personality we should explore a bit more, but you know, I do think the narcissism is more dominant. I do think that's the greater priority. If I was asked to sort of like rate the issues, the narcissism would rate much higher than the avoidant. So, yeah, still more secure and confident in that in that sort of like assessment of him than I am in this one. But I'm getting a bit more confident in this one. Because I just keep being reminded of it. With stuff like this reminds me of it. Here's a list of reasons why I'm not going to do this thing. Now tell me how to do something else. You know, tell me how to do something that I'm more comfortable with. Tell me how to do something that's okay and acceptable to me. Here's a list of things that I'm not going to do. Now come up with something that I'm okay with. You know what I don't like. Now tell me what to do that I will like. That's avoidance. You know, this is what we're seeing here. So I'm becoming a bit more confident in my sort of like the theory that I've put out there.
Jackie says, what about non-gaming content more regularly, but no special events needed? Well, like what, right? Right? Like what? Curious. What are you interested in?
See, even there, he doesn't want to put in any work. What about non-gaming content? Like what? It's literally in the title. Stuff that doesn't involve games. Maybe spend a day with your cat. Maybe spend a day with your wife. Film that. Maybe go through past content and like collect a bunch of clips and put them all together and make like a best of DSP thing. You know, top 10 DSP playing survival horror moments. You know, top 10 DSP kill streaks in Call of Duty. Something that's at least not like a marathon of you playing a game that you've already played before. Do like a top 10 vlogs or like a top 10 like rants or top 10 epic Ask the King moments or something. You know, even that I have just put in more effort than Phil has. The guy can't even be asked coming up with his own intro to the show that he wants to look more professional. There's no way he did this border. He can't create. He doesn't want to create. He must have it in him. Everybody has it in them to create. You need to find like the right medium to create in. You know, like I like editing. I really like editing. I get to play about with footage. I get to play about with stuff and do things with it. And I get to like assemble things into like a cohesive narrative. So even though like these videos might be long, there's at least a narrative running through it. You can get from one point to the other. And get sort of like a grasp of, you know, the point of this stream is this, you know, or during this rant DSP has primarily shown this personality disorder, you know. So you'd at least come away with something, you know. And I like to cut like clips in between by, you know, I feel great doing this. It's really fun. It's a really simple thing. When I recently watched, I shouldn't actually do it there. When I recently watched The Good Place and, Ted Danson's character, I can't remember his name. But, you know, there's like points where he resets things or, you know, you just, and things change. And I like being able to do that. It's really cool, even though it's like the simplest, stupidest thing, because all it means is I'm going to cut here, and then later on I'm going to cut here, and then I'm going to put them two together so that they run like that, so that when this click happens here, the next bit starts. It's great. It's like so simple, but it makes me feel really good doing, and that's like a medium that I like to play about in. I like playing about with editing, and you know, a lot of the times I don't like actually make stuff. I'm just like playing around just to sort of like test how like transitions will work, or like how I can animate text properly, you know, or like in certain ways, or you know, I can work with chroma keying to do something. And sometimes I'm just like playing around with it, so I never like make things into videos. Sometimes it is just like a black screen and I'm just pissing about with like text and making it like look good as it appears and disappears. So, you know, but it's a thing I like doing because I'm playing about with this medium. But I also like playing music. I also like playing bass, and God knows when I'm better, I'm going to play drums again, because I like expressing myself that way. And I like taking photos because I like capturing moments, and this is how like I see the world in this moment. So, you know, there are loads of mediums that people can find to create, and if you find one that doesn't work for you, then it doesn't work for you. I used to draw, and now I don't draw that much because I stopped feeling as good and didn't feel as creative, and I found other mediums that I felt more creative in. So, you know, you just have to sort of like work through them and find the one that works for you. And he doesn't, he just plays champions all day. Even his Instagram pictures are like really fucking basic. Like, I don't go on his Instagram much, but you know, every now and then he'll post something stupid, like the profile, the picture of the selfie with Jasper, or like Jasper in front of the telly, or Jasper on his wife's back, or you know, now it's a piece that I did and it looks like shit, or you know, and even back then when he was like out with Liana a lot and he would post it stuff like, oh look, here's the hotel TV showing Dragon Ball, or look, I've got a Pokemon while I was out, or look, here's the food we ate while we were out. He doesn't create, he can't even sort of like work within the medium of this thing that he has in his pocket that can take photographs. It's like so easy to, and I suppose I can say that because like I studied photography at college. I actually developed my own film. You know, that's how long ago this was. Like, digital photography was not an accessible thing for the majority of people. So, yeah, I learned a while ago. I learned on an old Minolta. But it's easy to learn the sort of like the skills that you need to take good photos, just as it's easy to learn the skills you need to be able to draw well, or there's just how it's easy to learn the skills that you need to sculpt or model clay well. All you need once you learn those skills is practice. You need to do it a lot, and that's why I sometimes will just open a new project in Vegas and put on a black screen and just write words and piss about with transitions, because you need to play about with it. You need to do these things over and over again to be able to feel right. Okay, I'm getting used to this, I'm getting the hang of this, I now feel more confident in going outside this medium and the rules and working within it all and playing about with it so that I can make something that I feel is like, yeah, that's what I wanted to make. That's what I wanted to convey. That's the feeling, or that's the image, or that's the story, or that's the narrative, or that's the emotion that I wanted to convey. You know, in this sculpture, or this painting, or this song, you know. I say that as someone who wrote a song about blowjobs. Specifically about how I love blowjobs. But when we were done with it, I was like, I'm never going to write anything better than that. It was literally the first song I wrote. So yeah, it's astonishing to me that he can't create. It's astonishing to me that he just, not that he can't, that he won't. That he won't. He has the capability. Everybody has the capacity to learn how to express themselves creatively. He just doesn't want to. He would rather play WWE champions. Oh, now that I've said that.
We want a React event. You're already getting one. There's already one this month. Do you want me to set up another one? I mean, we could. If you totally want that, we could do that, right? We could set up another React event. The next reward would be, okay, if we hit this goal, there's another React event happening in like September. And it obviously won't be This Is How You Don't Play, which is already established. It'll be something else, one of the other documentaries. Would you prefer that?
See, one of the ideas that he is willing to consider is something that he's already done previously. He's comfortable with it now. He's comfortable with the idea of doing a React event because he's done a couple of them and they went well. Well, as in, you know, he got money out of it. I've still got to do so much work about them. Another video, another time. Point is, he is just not giving a fuck about any idea that involves him doing something. But if you suggest to him, hey, here's something else that you have previously done you could do again, he'd be like, yeah, okay, I'm up for that. Is everybody else up for that? I'll do that if you want. I mean, yeah, you know, we could do it. I mean, I've already done it here, but, you know, we could do it again here. You know, yeah, let's do that. Yeah. He's okay with it because he's okay with it. Because it doesn't scare him anymore. There's no anxiety anymore. There's no fear of doing something new and embarrassing yourself and looking like a failure and opening yourself up to ridicule. There's no fear of having to put in work and effort and do something unknown that takes you out of your comfort zone. You've already done it, so you know what to expect. You know how you're going to do it. You'll watch the thing in advance anyway, so you know you'll be able to properly plan out what you think your responses should be. It'll be fine. You'll have complete control over it. It'll be great.
Doing interactive, non-gaming related content is dope. What would you like? What can we do reasonably here with my setup, with my means, right? What could we do? I'd be down for that. Anything that you think would be reasonable. Just chatting streams, talking about news, articles, videos. You don't have to do a rigid format with the newscaster voice, just you talking normally. I mean, Alexander, I think eventually that's where we're going to be going. All right? As I've told you guys, I am looking to diversify my content. Okay? I can't just do games anymore. Just be honest here. I just can't. That doesn't hold water anymore. Just playing games constantly 24/7. There's got to be more to it. That's why I've added the podcast in the last year.
Oh my God. Well, you know, since I'm apparently here watching this, I might as well. You didn't add the podcast. All you did was change the name of the pre-stream so that people couldn't complain anymore. Because you told them, hey, it's now a podcast. Stop turning up to my gameplay stream expecting gameplay. It's now a podcast first. It's exactly the same thing as previously. It's exactly the same thing as your pre-stream coping sessions. That, like, hour you would ramble on. Do you remember when it was an hour? Do you remember when an hour used to feel like a long time? How much longer have I got before he gets to champion? I don't even know. I'm going to skim along the preview bar and see, like, at what point he stops playing the game. So it stops the... Oh my God. I'm at 59.45 at the moment on the Raw DDM stream. And the end of the podcast happens at 2 hours and 51 seconds.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never run.
I've already got like between 3 or 4 hours of footage. And there's still a fucking hour of this. I'm fucked. I'm actually fucked. I need to not say anything until he gets to champions. Oh, I actually feel sick. I knew it. I knew it. Like, I could just feel that this is going to be the 10-hour one. I could just feel it. Like last night, I could feel it. Oh, fuck. Okay, please hurry up, Phil. Please hurry up. Get to the champions bit.
That's why we're doing a variety of content with these different kind of events, which I enjoy. And I know long term, I literally cannot do this forever. Okay? I can't. My hands, I'm going to get carpal tunnel. I'm already seeing signs of that. So I know my hand-eye coordination, just my hands in general, aren't going to be able to do full-time gaming. It's going to have to be scaled back at some point, right?
No. No. Come on.
So, nose itches. We got to figure this out, right? Oh, look, our buddy is back. Mr. Piece of Dog Shit. How you doing, Mr. Doggy Shit? How you doing, you pile of poop? That's just how I'm going to react to it from now on.
You exposed yourself playing WWE Champions and uploaded it. Your addiction is out of control. Trolls don't care what you spend your money on. Stop lying to the dents that pay you. Stop lying to yourself. Please let this be it. I hope this is it. Please let this be it. Please.
Because the guy is a living dog shit. I mean, literally, he has a mouth. Spitting out not fucking toxic dog shit in my screen. Every fucking time he's in there.
I suppose this was going to come up at some point. But I don't think all his shit jokes are indicative of a scat fetish. Those are words I never thought I'd say about Darkside Phil. I could not have foreseen myself having to say that. I suppose in retrospect I should have, but for whatever reason I didn't. But either way, I think this is because this is one of the things that he feels it is safe to joke about. As he's fond of saying, he's diversified his content. He no longer does generalized racial or sexual humor. So making jokes about like race or gender or sexuality or anything like that, he knows he could probably get cancelled for. Well, he knows he's probably uncancelable because he's basically cancelled himself. I mean, how do you fuck with a guy who doesn't leave his house? But he knows he'll still get into a lot of shit. He knows it can cost, you know. I am going to consider the possibility that Twitch did actually give him some examples of him using hateful slurs. And because he can't refute that evidence, he's instead decided to not disclose it. So whenever he's talked about Twitch and the emails and the kicking from the partnership program, it's always been in terms of, you said I did this thing, but then you gave me no examples. And considering what we know about how DSP is when it comes to denying stuff, such as there is no evidence that I play WWE Champions, I feel fairly confident that Twitch did actually give him some examples. Or they at least showed him one that wasn't the stationary moment. They at least gave him an example. It might have been the PUBG stream.
I want to watch some faggot insult some homo. You go on YouTube. I want to watch some guy throw around all kinds of insulting slurs constantly. Well, you go to YouTube.
And he might disagree with that. He might think that's not a hateful slur. That's not a slur at all. That's not my definition of a slur. So I don't agree with your evidence. I dismiss it. You've now shown me another example. You can't. Therefore, you've shown me no examples. You've not given me any examples of it. The examples that you gave aren't of me using slurs. You've not given me any examples of me using slurs. He will worm it that way somehow. And so he knows that it can get him in trouble. But shit won't. Joking about shit won't. Joking about shit is fine because nobody's going to be offended if you talk about someone's arsehole or, you know, someone talking shit or someone literally being a pile of shit or something like that, you know. This game controls like shit. This car controls like shit. This car controls like it's made out of shit, you know, and it's running on diarrhea. And when it needs to refuel, you have to drive up to a petrol station and get the pump out of somebody's ass, and it just connects directly to the shit car, and it comes straight from the ass, a pile of shit. And it's fine. Nobody's going to be asked, literally, about that. So shit is one of those things that he feels it's safe to joke about. Every now and then he'll slip up somewhere else. He might slip up and make like a sexist joke or a racist joke or a something that goes close to that. But he'll worm his way out of it again, somehow. But those are rare compared to shit, because shit is safer. Shit is safer to joke about, so he can make jokes about shit. It's just that his humour is at that level. It's at that sort of high school mentality. He is a man-child. He's not matured properly. So I feel like it's that, and I need to stop doing this.
I mean, what a loser. The guy has fucking so many bullshit accounts. Every day this guy's like 100 accounts. You literally have no fucking life to yourself. I mean, goddamn, dude. Really look in the mirror. I can't imagine what you see. You probably can't. You probably look in the mirror. The mirror can't take it. It shatters. Holy shit. Anyway. Anti-scam commentary. So here's the thing. Okay. Now here's the difference. Here's what we're trying to figure out. All right.
There is an amazing irony in DSP doing anti-scam commentary. Like the 417 scammers, the people who scammers basically. They distract and occupy and annoy scammers. So they'll email them constantly, and then when, you know, like the scammers are like, okay, but you know, you need to send me this money first. They'll have them go, okay, but before I can do that, you need to do this for me because, you know, you need to provide this. So they'll have them go out and do something ridiculous. There's a great book from years ago that that my girlfriend at the time bought me. It's called Greeting in Jesus' Name. It's amazing. I'm sure in one of them they have the scammers reproduce like a wooden carving of, I think it's like a spectrum, and what's the other one? Another one gets a tattoo on them. So they have them do ridiculous stuff because it stops them from going out and scamming other people. When they're busy doing the stuff for this person, they're not actually scamming somebody who's vulnerable to fall victim to their scams. So they're sort of like keeping them and distracting them and annoying them and frustrating them and just taking them on wild goose chase. At one point, I think one of them had to get like Harry Potter stuff handwritten out. They had to like handwrite the first chapter of Harry Potter out and send them like scans of it all. And another one turned up in Scotland. Another one was like, you have to fly here to meet us at Scotland. So they managed to persuade a scammer to fly out to Scotland. It's a really good book because they have all the emails as well. So like you see the correspondence happening. It's great. I would imagine I think there's similar for like phone scammers. Like they'll keep them on the phone all like for hours, or they'll like frustrate them similarly. And the idea of DSP of all people doing that is just wonderfully ironic. Seriously, I need to stop pausing so much.
A member's goal essentially means we hit the goal and then there's some kind of a celebratory event in reaction to that. Whether that's a viewer's choice playthrough, which we could do. We could do viewer's choice again because I'm finishing up all the viewer's choice games. Think about it. We finished Fable. We're doing Final Fantasy, or not Final Fantasy, excuse me. We're doing excuse me, that was absolutely disgusting.
Then mute your fucking mic. I cut my burps and coughs. I get burps and coughs happen, especially when you're talking for a while, like when you're going on and on about bollocks like we both do. It happens. You can mute your mic. I cut mine out because it's not nice for the audience to hear. It fucks me off so much. That's why I make such a point of it. I've always done that. Well, okay, not always. I think there's like a couple of early videos. Because I remember doing it in footage for games. I remember doing it in Left 4 Dead. I remember doing it with Nige in Sniper Elite that I never uploaded. I remember doing it in some video. I think I tried to make it a constant thing, but I think there's one or two videos where I didn't, where I was like editing and I was like, oh shit, I forgot to cut them out. So I've made a more conscious effort, and that's why I flash up things like Homer and a cough medicine of some sort. It's normally like lockets or tunes, but sometimes it's like Cavonia, and sometimes I'll put up like a coughs and sneezes thing as well. Or something about, spreading germs. Because it's not nice for the audience.
We finished Fable. We're doing Batman. We're finishing up all the viewer's choice stuff you guys wanted. So we could maybe do another viewer's choice coming up in the fall. All right. But what we're looking to do is something that's either a concrete playthrough or a set thing. We're not trying to, if you hit a member's goal, you start up a whole ongoing series that completely changes your content. That's not what we're looking for here. I do appreciate suggestions for future diversified content. I do. And if that's what we're talking, that's fine. Right now, we're trying to figure out a member's goal. Like, what would the members like to see, right?
I do appreciate you all telling me what you'd like to see, but right now I'm trying to work out what you'd like to see.
All right, how about this? We're going to run a poll right now, live on the stream. Which member's goal is better for August?
Spin on.
Dacky, listen, I would love that. Dacky says, I like the idea. Why don't you make a tier 2 goal? You get an extra day off to spend with your wife. Okay? I would love that, but here's the thing. Number one, you have to understand that even though these members' goals do mean long-term growth for the channel, they don't amount to that heck of a lot. So, for example, right now, look at my goal. My goal is I'd like to get 50 new members, okay? If you do the math on that, okay, I get about $2 per membership here on YouTube, roughly. There are higher tiers and things that are more. Just in general, assuming I make about $2. $2 times 50 is $100. But, there's taxes and things that get taken out of that.
Yeah, but what's that times, another 6? Because you've still got those other members. It's not like you're only getting the 100 that you'd get from those members. You're still getting that. Assuming they're still paying membership, you're still getting them as well. Notice how he leaves that out.
So, I'm making, what, $60 on that? Yeah, that's a whole goal.
So, right, you're making $60 off that. And that accounts for how many members? What, 50? So how do you account for the remaining 600 and odd, Phil? How much does that make you? Because if the 50 makes you $60, then that's what 120 times 5 is. 60 plus 72, $720. Future Steve, check that out. But I think it's $720. Plus then the other 60, so $780 there.
So you want me to take an entire day off from streaming for $60? You see? It doesn't even equate. People really seem to overestimate the value of a lot of this stuff. They just do.
Bro, you're not accounting for like a pre-existing 600 members. You are deliberately leaving that out. People are not overestimating the value of things. They're actually correcting your fucking math. This isn't it, is it? This isn't even it. I've spun on like a good 5 minutes, I think. Maybe even 10 minutes. I wasn't paying attention at the time. God, come on.
Oh my god, you get 100 memberships on YouTube. Man, he must really have been rolling in the dough this month. It's nothing like that. People grossly overestimate. They really do.
But you're still getting the previous members. You're still getting that money as well. Nobody's thinking, oh, we only made like the equivalent of 100 members or whatever that value is. No, oh, he only got 50 new members this month, so that's only what, $60. He's still making the previous members as well. That number's not disappearing. That number doesn't suddenly stop paying. They're still paying. If they stop paying, that number would go down. But instead it's going up because you're making more members and they're still paying. Fucking hell. Fuck. And then you're making your tips and your super chats as well and your super stickers. Oh, I can't. Fucking super thanks. Thanks on your videos. And probably get a couple of bucks from them as well. I can't. This is piece of pieces turf. Come on, Steve.
Let's do some quick shout outs, and then I guess what we'll do is we'll open up the Q&A. All right?
Right, shout outs and Q&A. Come on.
Let's see here. Axiom Infinity did that super chat earlier and said, hello, DSP. What's going on, Axiom? Thank you for that first contribution of the day. I appreciated that. Cool. By the way, you know what I should say?
But there, Alexander. You should consider the lifetime value of your customer's membership. It's not just the $5 you get this month, but those members are likely to renew. 12-month member is $60. $60 of someone over the year. It's a subscription. You're making that times 626. Fuck me, is that really how much you make in a year from members? Fucking hell, that was some really quick mental maths, but I jumped over thousands. Come on, Steve, move on.
Just because you're not here live does not mean that I do not appreciate your input. And what I mean by that is there's tons of people who watch this podcast every single day on demand on YouTube. Please leave comments. Let me know what you think. I want your feedback on what you're interested in seeing me do for these rewards and things.
Please leave me comments telling me what to do. I might not publish them all because, you know, when you tell me things that I don't necessarily like hearing or agreeing with, I have it within my power to just not approve your comment.
Spin on. Nico, tip $2 and have a good one, DSP. Thank you to Nico. That's actually the biggest tip of the day.
This is, I'm gonna regret this because I can feel this is gonna be like at least another 7 or 8 minutes. But this is one of those moments where his really weird use of language sticks out to me because technically, yeah, it's the biggest tip of the day, but
it's the second tip of the day. It's $2, and the tip before it was $1.50. So, of course, it's the biggest tip of the day. The day has barely begun. It's like, imagine waking up and you've got a semi on. And then you get up and walk to the bathroom. Blood starts flowing a bit more. So it gets a bit bigger. So as you go for your morning piss, you look down and you notice it's a bit bigger. You go, it's the biggest erection I've had all day. What do you if you want, okay. If you want a non-penis related example, imagine waking up and going for your first brew of the day. Could be tea, could be coffee. You just go for your first drink of the day, whatever it is that you have in the morning that wakes you up, and you have a sip of it, and then you wake up a bit and you go about maybe put the toast in the toaster, or take it out and butter it, whichever it's trying, and then you go back to your brew and you have another sip of it and you think, that's the most tea I've drunk all day. So technically, yeah, but the fact that he used that phrasing means, well, not necessarily means, but it's really revealing to me, because it suggests that these are normally things that he hypes up, and he uses words in particular ways that sound awkward because they're not normally used in those ways, in those contexts or settings, or for those purposes. But he uses them because he thinks it sounds more important. Like, this person now feels good because they've given the biggest tip of the day, or it makes it sound like, oh wow, that's the biggest tip of the day so far. Wow, it's got weight to it. It's got something to it. That's why, like, every time he gets like a new member, it's like, well, that's a new record. That's like the highest membership goal. Or, like when it's his day coming up, it's my final streaming day, guys. It's the final stream of my streaming week. It's like the last hour when he's sending out the tweet at night. It's the last hour of my final stream of like my 6 consecutive days of this week stream, and support is low. So he like tries to sort of like build things up to make them sound more impactful than they normally would be. It's like when he did moan about playing mobile games, and he said, like, I haven't played one, I haven't spent money on mobile games all weekend, And it's like how that makes it sound like, yeah, he's not done it all weekend. Great. But we are talking about a run of 4.5 years. So it's like he's twisting that slightly. It's the same sort of basic mechanic, but he's twisting it to now make this thing sound more important. Like he's trying to make the length of time that he has not played or not spent on mobile games important. I haven't done it all weekend, and it's like, that would be fine if we were worried about your usage over a week, but we're not. But he's trying to make it sound more important, so we forget the fact that we are talking about 4.5 years of constant play. And stuff like this matters as well. Like when he's like, guys, it's the last stream of the week. It's instilling a sense of urgency in his audience. They're like, oh shit, this is Phil's last chance. Oh shit, Phil needs like real support, and it's like, this is the last chance before he's fucked, and he might have to eat a meat sandwich, So and stuff like this, stuff like, oh, that's the top tip of the day. Wow, oh great, I've got the top tip of the day. My name's going on there, and I've got the top tip, and it's only $2 though. So, but it serves a purpose in like inculcating his audience into it further, and it's like, so they invest more, not like just financially, but like emotionally and psychologically as well. They feel like more of a part of a group because they're contributing and they're being rewarded because they're like, yeah, I'm the top tipper. That was the biggest tip of the day, and that was my tip. I gave him the biggest tip of the day. Wow. And Phil's like, yeah, I could build it up because, you know, I've had another tip and it's now the biggest tip of the day. So that sounds great as well. And he gets to cope by thinking, well, that's the biggest tip. I've just had the biggest tip of the day. It's just... It's really weird how he uses words. And it's because it's designed in a way that he thinks sounds appropriate for the context he needs it. If he needs it to sound like big and celebratory, he'll construct the phrase to sound like big and celebratory, or what he thinks it is. Or if he needs to sound like important, or like it's an impending deadline, and it's really important that he gets it cleared before this deadline. If he wants to give it a sense of urgency, he'll construct the sentence in a way that he thinks conveys a sense of urgency. If he wants to sound smarter and more intelligent, he'll construct it in a way that makes it very clear to anybody who knows what the fuck he's going on about that he doesn't know what the fuck he's going on about. So he constructs the words in that way, but again, because he's not socialized properly, he doesn't hear natural conversation. So he doesn't realize how alien he sounds. I told you that it'd be a few minutes. I'm assuming it's at least 4, maybe 5. I've blocked the timer, so I can't really see. Come on, he's typing. Oh, here we go. There's that super chat there. Can you react to the new Secret Limited documentary about you spending $100,000 on mobile games? It would be a chance to dispel rumors. This is it. On some level, I was hoping it would be $1.50 from Snowcarl that sent him over the edge, and I'm a little bit disappointed in you, Snowcarl. I'm not gonna lie, but it's okay because it's not like, you know, you're negligent or you just already got there first. That's all. It's fine. I feel a sort of like sense of I don't know about Snowcarl. This isn't the time. Come on. Snowcarl's given us a lot of value for money. That's all, you know, that's all I'm going to say. And I like respect that. And I am glad for that because there's so many clips that I've used that have started with Snowcarl tipped $1.50 and asked, and then gold has followed. So I am indebted to Snowcarl for providing me with like a ream of psychological evidence that I can analyse. But here we go. This is it. Come on. This is it now.
My apologies, I know that's not how you spell your name, but I can't type those characters on my keyboard.
Wait, has he seen it yet?
So thank you for that.
Oh, I think he saw it then. Is it being deleted?
Only use me blade tipped $1.50. He says mukbang stream. I mean, isn't that essentially what I do when I do the feasting with the king and the DSP tries and shit? Isn't it? I mean, I don't know.
Oh, there it goes.
I don't know.
There it goes. Let's see.
I don't know. Okay.
Wow. Right. Okay. Let me see what people are saying. No single log. Calls. Leaned. Lol. Look how bad it is in his chat. Leans and lol. Like, that got 2 comments. That got 2 responses. That message. And these are the people that he's scamming. These are the people whose money he is taking under false pretenses. These are the people who he is lying to. And the evidence has been out there now for over a week. And it's... mention of it provokes no response. That's not normal. That's cult-like stuff. These people are inculcated into believing Phil. So when Phil tells them to ignore it, they will ignore it. That's a major issue that we have when it comes to dealing with
how would you, break the pignosis, for want of a better term? How would you, convince... I don't want to say convince, because that implies that you are going to apply some sort of pressure. How would you help a DSP fan understand why things are bad, why things are wrong, why what Phil does is wrong, and help them not be a DSP fan? Help them understand that all the things that are wrong, and the first thing you need to do is get over this. You need to get over Phil telling them to completely ignore it, because a lot of them will. I really should have looked more into cult psychology. I really should have. I read a bit, because you read about group psychology and forensic psychology. It comes up a lot. Cults commit crimes sometimes, just like gangs do. There's group psychology involved, so it comes up. But I should have read more.
But I don't really know how different that would be than what I'm already doing. I don't know. You'd have to explain that. Okay?
Right, until you address it, I'm going to watch you very carefully.
So here we go again.
Okay, straight away.
A super chat from... Well, actually, first of all, there's a super chat from Marxist Carl.
Spin on!
Big ups, King Jad. I'm sorry for ending this here. I know it's a bit of a dick move, but I do have my reasons. It's better for you guys because you get content a bit more regularly. It's better for me because it's less work, ironically. It doesn't take as long to render stuff as well, so my PC is usable a bit more. And it means that I can split it into two files and hopefully not have as many issues with the software crashing, because the longer your project files go on, the more and more likely the software is to crash at certain points. So it cuts down on that risk for me, which is great. And it does let me just sort of tell you all that I do have a date for a pre-op assessment on the 1st of September. So it looks like my spinal fusion surgery is going to happen in September at some point. I don't have a date for that yet, but on the 1st, so from now, in about 2 weeks, week on Thursday, I'll go do that thing where they take your blood pressure and they take a blood sample and, they measure your height and your weight and all that and they work everything out. And then after that, they're valid for up to 3 months, I think, depending on where you are. But at some point after that, I'll get a date for a spinal fusion surgery. So I will be doing that soon, which I am, despite this calm demeanor, I'm very keen to get it over and done with, because I've had my back issue for over 7 years now. So it's taken a while for me to get to this point, and that's why when DSP talks about it, it's a bit of a trigger. But yeah, so that'll be a thing that comes up, and this is my way of sort of like saying, hey, if there's suddenly like months of nothing from me, I'm recovering from that. It's a serious thing. I'm in the hospital for like I think about 5 days afterwards. So I haven't stayed in hospital for decades, like since I was a kid. It's really weird. But yeah, and there's a lengthy recovering process as well. So I'm gonna have to go through that. It's probably gonna be a bit worse for me because 7 years of this. So there is some damage down there that needs to be recovered from, and there's been a knock-on effect, obviously, because you can't like exercise or do many physical things. You tend to waste away. So, well, you do that or you do what DSP does on balloon, but I don't eat as much as Phil, so I've gone the opposite route. So I've got some recovery ahead, and there'll be a period, and I'm going to try and get videos out during it, but there will be a period where it will probably slow down. I say that
fully aware of the fact that I do videos like once a month because they're normally like this long. I've got serious problems, haven't I? Anyway, another topic, another video, another time. So yeah, I just wanted to say like this. I'm sorry for ending it here. I don't mean to be like a cliffhanger, sort of cock tease, sort of, you know, taking the piss, and I'm really sorry, but it's just better for me. It means at least that I've now got a period of time to just focus on the second part of it now. Get this over and done. So you guys have got something to watch, and then at least if my operation happens before the next one's out, then, you know, you'll at least know why there might be a delay. There probably won't be. I'm pretty confident in my ability to get it out fairly quickly. But yeah, after that I'm doing the EvilAJ thing, where he went mad on the pre-stream on Friday, and then on the Saturday, I don't know if he used This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 2, or he did something else. I've tried my best to avoid spoilers, so although I'm probably going to have it spoiled, like when I go to DDM Raw and try to capture the footage that I need, and I'll see the title of it. Because normally what I do is I'll start the stream and I'll start recording, and then I'll just switch the telly over and I'll play the PlayStation for like an hour and a half or so. But I'm probably going to see the title. So yeah, but at the moment I still don't know. So I've got all that to come. So looking forward to doing that, and hopefully at least that will be recorded and done. So if I do get time, and if I do feel up to doing this, then I'll be able to work on that. But hopefully by that point, at least the second half of this should be out. So yeah, there will be a period of slowing down soon though. Just like for my health, and then I'll start picking up again. So yeah, that's what's gonna happen. I'm sorry for like cutting it at the moment. It's literally at the halfway point as well. It really is like halfway through the footage that I recorded. So it just sort of like seemed to make like thematic sense. It seemed to make like narrative sense to stop it here, and then, you know, coming up in episode 2, this is like sequel bait, except the sequel's already been filmed and it's just about to be edited in post-production, you know. So yeah, it will be on its way. But thanks for watching anyway. I know it's not as long as others. I'm just really aware of that now as well. I'm apologising for a 5-hour video being short. Because we were all joking about like, this is a 10-hour video, it's a 12-hour video, and it would have been. It really would have been. So I can't. Like there's a part of me that says like you were pushing it for 7 hours, you know. So, and then there's another part of me that's like, here's the shovel, start digging, and when you're 6 feet down, I'm putting a bullet through you. There, you dug your own grave now. So yeah, I'm sorry. Apologies for this rambly postscript as well. How about a montage instead? Yeah, I have some still to come. Coming up next time on Steve of the Dead. Thanks for watching. Like and sub, all that good stuff. It helps with the engagement, it really does. People don't fuck with him to the extent that they fuck with someone like Wings. He is unbelievably lucky, and he has no idea how easy he gets off. Well, I'm sure he has some idea of how easy he gets off. It just involves a couple of taps on the screen and money going to Scoper. There is! There fucking well is! There's something going wrong with you, Phil. You don't socialise enough. You have malformed views of relationships and friendships, and you just are so fucking weird. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, he really did it. There's only so many ways you could say this man is lying to you. I know. Yeah, you don't believe him either, do you? Yeah, the lineup that sold it for you, wasn't it? Enough about my Skrillex hairstyle. Here's what they're going to do to me next. Here's how they're going to make my life worse next. Here's what's going to happen next. Here's what's going to make me the victim. Fucking Darbo side Phil. Is that it? It's been 20 minutes. Is that all it's been? Oh my god. It's taken me 2 days and I've got like 9 hours of footage now. Fuck. It's only been 20 minutes. I can't. I can't. He said that. He did that again. How many times have I done this? How many times have I been like, oh my god, he's just said that? And it keeps getting worse. How does it keep getting worse? Wait a minute, wait. Is he going to say that those charges were someone else? Tell me that's not what he means when he says, I saw money going away. Maybe it is difficult for him. Maybe it did take 2 months for him because he's just that fucking dense. Oh my god, it's that! Oh my god, he's so cognitively fucked up that he has that backwards. It can't be that. Not even Phil. I can't argue against that though. That's the problem. He's got it wrong. He's got it backwards. Do you know how like basic this is in terms of like cognitive development? I can't. I really can't. I need a break. Don't you fucking dare. There is absolutely a way for you to deal with this. You can tell the fucking truth.